core himself. I already mentioned it earlier, the Aghanims, the BKB, as well as the Partisans brand. So he is just pumping out oodles of damage himself.
And will the Aghanims from Disruptor change the course of the game?
Yeah.
This is a very huge item. Can they land the vacuum that needs to get them back into the game? The vacuum into Disruptor Static Storm.
Yeah. The hope for poor Rangers has gone far down the drain, but maybe with a vacuum, they can suck it right back up into existence. It's not real right now, but both teams smoking out. On opposite ends of the map, though, they just completely have traced their opponents wrongly. I believe Rune Eaters might have assumed that poor Rangers might be in the area of their Wisdom Shrine. And then on the flip side, I'm not necessarily sure what the poor Rangers' assumption was. They don't have a lot of vision to work with, to be fair. They're coming through the Twin Gates. This could be a clash. Rune Eaters are holding the triangle.
The smoke is ending, Mike.
Yeah, they're not going to have the surprise factor. Need to be careful about not showing on the wave.
But they want to go on daytime. They don't want Bane to fight with them during
this
the night.
is a little bit awkward. Nicky Cool will now show himself. Lines are being drawn. They want to go for one big wraparound. Look at the retreat from Rune Eaters. They know that something's amok.
Who's going to get a jump, Mike? Let's
Immersion,
see.
high ground.
High ground. Hold your high ground.
Eki Smoke gonna break. Jump straight in. Pops that BKB. Ready to take the initiation now. Naive in trouble. Where's the crush? Forcing the BKB. Goes on the back line. Stay Copy. What a great decision. No chance really for the Disruptor to do anything. Copy will have to watch himself. Looks like there's a Requiem. Low ground. Alberca. BKB himself and has to surge on out of there. They don't have a way of chasing. And Malik's able to mop up another support. PR on the run. As the Moonlight Shadow strides them forward. Naive is still spotted. Can't dispel this corrosive haze. Arrow will find him and a nice vacuum onto 2, but it's still not going to be enough. The heroes on Poor Rangers dropping like flies as Malik will clean up a triple kill. While we were watching the chase from Copy and Eki, Malik was just on his own side quest of murder. An 18k net worth. Rune Eaters pulling this one back. They were never really out of it, to be fair, but it just looked so difficult for them to mount anything. A couple of mistakes, and I think really the pivotal moment was Dark Lord in the top lane, right? When he was at that tier 2 tower, when they were overdiving, when he managed to get the Requiem off in the tree line and buy time for his team to react, that's when everything started turning around for them.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to get that off, you know. Like somehow he just found a corner where he was able to hide and get his Requiem off, and that totally disrupted the pace of the game, the rhythm of the game.
Yeah. Of course, Ike will have the banner placement duties.
Even though that happened, I felt like it was like not over for Poor Rangers by any means. They lost some of their advantage. They were still able to slowly find their way back, but they just had too many small little individual mistakes from their players. Except Alberca. I think Alberca was the only one that I felt like he did his job. He did it marvelously. I would give him flying colors, you know, on his report card.
Yeah.
I mean,
the only thing I would say is there was this one time when Nicky Koo got caught out and then Alberca blinked in on 400 HP to try and save him with a vacuum. But that, like, I feel like in that moment you feel the game slipping out of your hands a little bit. I can't really blame him. As we always like to say,
I mean,
Winter,
you can, but it's reasonable for him to
You can,
do.
yes, you can if you were a mean person, if you didn't understand human emotion. You know what I mean? So,
I don't know, Mike.
yeah, I can tell.
Who are you referring to, you know? Who?
Yeah, okay. Well, we can keep it mysterious. Leave it up to the audience.
And you can tell your own story, folks.
True.
You can write your own script, you can tell your own story, you can play your own way in Dota. But
Yeah, well, not for poor, at least not at EWC. EWC, you need to step up, and unfortunately, Poor Rangers, maybe we're seeing glimpses of why they didn't really make it so far just yet.
Very funny, Mike.
Thank you. They seem to have some trouble closing things out and just kind of...
Where's the banner?
Okay, oh,
Behind the catapult.
Are you happy about this?
No, Sunya. No.
And take a shot every time Winter talks about the banner.
Oh
banner,
my
everyone.
god.
We're back.
Eki, come back later, please. I need to tell you where's the banner supposed to be placed.
Okay. He did say already in the interview yesterday they were
Okay,
working
this is
on it.
still better than yesterday.
Okay.
Alright.
Teamfight's gonna break out. Dark Lord is immediately dead. That was anticlimactic. The rest of Rune Eater's not ready. Copy's still chasing. This is not really the initiation that you want. As Copy's BKB will now run out. Yules is there, or Wind Waker trying to help him out. Where'd he go?
Not help with the glimpse, my
He
friend.
got pulled back in. He's still trying to slither away. There's the save with the Lotus, but the vacuum is there. Try to give him the cheese. They weren't able to. Now Eki on the run. He has a cheese for himself, but he needs to get on out of here. Tries tries to turn around but gets shackled up instead. This is not what they want. Rune Eaters, what are you doing? That is catastrophic, as the BKB Nightfall out will help Rune Eaters keep their carry alive, but they did not get anything for their troubles. I think they managed to get the Rags, but they...
Nope, I don't think so.
One of them only.
I don't think so. This is a total disaster.
I will be kept in suspense there. Where, not a single Rags. Not a single... I thought they had one.
Why do they need to go in? They just need to hit the hit the Rex. SF had Aegis.
I mean, there was stress. Right? I mean, the SF Aegis got lost.
I'm telling you, this is the part where I'm saying why I'm always telling you that I felt like this carry player at Dark Lord, he's not taking charge. If you're not taking charge on the carry role, your teammates are going, oh, I guess there was an opportunity to go. The Slayer goes in, doesn't land the stun, then the kisses come in. Oh. And then they come back, you know, because there's a disruptor. They try to Wind Waker the glimpse, but that does not work, my friend.
Yep, and now Rune Eaters, where they were previously on the high ground 30 seconds ago, now getting their own racks being taken. Poor Rangers, we were talking about them being out of this game, but not at all just yet. 14k gold lead, but somehow they're the ones to crack the first lane.
Alright.
Yep, that's something. Mortys clears out the creep wave, stops the push, and allows for Rune Eaters to come back into the game. Things are very much about who gets the initiation now. Moonlight Shadow, they got some vision. Where are we looking? I tried to break the Lincoln Sphere, immediate blink out though. Easy escape for Nicky Cool.
The cast point from Bane just really slow. Couldn't get the grip off there. Nice attempt.
Get his arms up and everything. And this is where the game gets tense. This is where the pressure can start to mount for Rune Eaters. We talked about how this match is so important for them in the final group standings. Get a stun now onto Alberca. Follow up, Malik double cookie in. Gets the 4-star away. Emergent there to help Alberca. Able to BKB, and Malik has to escape. There's a grip cancelled out immediately. Bane's in trouble, but I able to slither away to the side. And another round of the kisses mow down the supports. Rune Eaters, they just continuously take the Disruptor and the Clockwork out of the fight, and there's nothing the rest of the cores on Poor Rangers can do about it.
Yeah, that was a desperate buy. It's not going to amount to anything. Roche is going to spawn. It's still a long time, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a move that was very, very confusing. What was happening there? And we're going to have a replay on it. This was the over chase from the high ground. Yeah, that was a very, very bad decision for them to chase. They just needed to hit the racks and not do anything.
Yeah.
Because the moment you chase, the moment you try to kill the enemy, they might have buyback. Like, they didn't even need to buy back in this instance because they didn't land their spells, you know.
Yeah.
But why are you giving...
Why are you giving them a chance?
Your opponents a chance to initiate.
Yeah.
All you need to do is just sit back, look at the SF, wait for them to go on the SF because they have to do something. Otherwise, they're losing their racks. And then when they touch him, you counter-initiate. Counter-initiating is always much, much easier than initiating.
I mean, to be fair to them, that's what they were trying to do, right? The SF got touched, his Aegis got dropped, and that's what forced Copy into that pressure point. He said, okay, my SF is going to respawn, and if I don't do something, he's going to die. So he blinks in, misses the whiff, and then they just don't initiate cleanly. The Wind Waker, the BKB, and subsequently, it's just all a mess. So I can understand why they did that. It's not like they didn't follow the plan you were saying. Just it was kind of ugly, not gonna lie.
There was no, I believe there was no plan.
Okay.
They just reacted when they saw someone jump out, you know, or somebody show their faces in the lane or in the racks, you know. I think that was just as simple as that. They had no plan. They see someone, they jump, they miss, they say, oh, we have to back, but they can't run because there's a disruptor. And GG.
When you dive high ground like that against a disruptor, he's laughing to himself. He's saying, just you wait.
Just you wait,
Mike. Come right back next to me.
Just you wait for my dagger and refresher. I'm gonna put you all in my circles.
Hell yeah. Sounds like a fun time.
Disruptor getting a refresher? Bro, of course.
Yeah.
You never get to that.
How often do you get to that stage as a disruptor? We might start cracking into the later parts of this game now. 50 minutes on the clock. Very similar to a previous Rune Eaters game that we saw yesterday, where even though they had an advantage, it's really difficult for them to end games with
Malik is in trouble. He might be in trouble. Malik's
gonna get spotted. BKB immediately. They don't have anything that pierces that other than the hook shot. He will be okay. Here comes the jump, straight in onto Nicky Cool. He's fine, but a big Requiem, Dark Lord still being focused down. There's a full duration Fiend's Grip. TA2000 doesn't stand a chance.
They got flanked.
They got absolutely caught off guard. Malik was just the bait again. Proving to be the key player here. But overall, a nice shot call from Rune Eaters to make that maneuver happen.
Yeah, but then again, they were supposed to send something that is not right, because when they jumped the snap, nobody reacted, nobody showed.
Yeah, it was just an instant BKB blink away, right? It's like, where are
Like,
the rest of them?
He is showing that he's afraid, he's alone.
Yeah.
When he BKB'd right away. So you have to read that small little thing. Wait, something doesn't add up. Where are they?
Yeah, by the time they put 2 and 2 together, they were already 2 and 2 dead.
Yeah, PR just needed to read the situation a little bit quicker there. Just couldn't really... I felt like they just couldn't really figure out what was happening. They just backed off. Like, what the hell? He popped BKB. And
Yeah, before they even got the chance to discuss it, it was done.
They were not thinking about the next move.
Yes.
What is going on? Why did he just BKB right away? Why is he so afraid?
Maybe they didn't even think that far. Maybe they just thought, oh, he BKB, we can't get the kill, right? They didn't even make that consideration. Yeah. And now back up to the high ground, trying to force some sort of a buyback. Poor Rangers. Maybe they'll just be fine losing one lane instead of committing that buyback.
They forced out the glyph, and this time they're a lot more disciplined on the Rune Eater side. They're not really committing. Copy's not jumping in. He's just waiting for them to touch Dark Lord.
Oh, what the hell was that? Did you see? I mean, Malik just blinked in just to use Lil Shredder on the Rax, just for SF to not hit it during the duration of the debuff. It's kind of random.
And now back to Rosh. It's okay. Roshan is not random, Mike. Roshan is there now.
Not at all.
He randomly spawns.
That's true.
Imagine if you can summon him.
Ooh, that'd be a bit too broken, right?
There is only one hero that can summon Roshan. Roshan himself.
That's okay. That's not even it.
Okay, maybe Monkey King. Monkey King can summon Rosh.
Why? Oh,
because he can turn into Rosh.
No, but then Rosh has to be alive, so there's conditions. Because if Rosh is not, yeah. Because the thing is, okay, I don't know if you go into the pit and Rosh is not alive, whether you can mischief into him. I think it only is relevant to units that exist around you or have the potential to exist around you.
Why do you even know that? You don't look like a monkey player.
Hey.
Monkey support? Monkey pause 5?
I don't know. I don't know about you, but this is what they call my job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your job is to understand every single mechanic of the game.
Well, this is not every single mechanic, just the funny ones.
Just the
The serious ones are your business. I take care of the fun. You don't worry about that. I don't need to worry. If you tell me about Jingu mastery scaling, I can rely on you to give me the exact numbers. I'm not worried about that stuff.
I actually can't.
Okay. Thank you so much for admitting that you are a fraud, Winter. Bit of an initiation here. The Slaughter stuck on the high ground, pulled back down, but a nice hook shot onto 2. Malik still doing the work as per usual. Kisses from long range, a bit too hard to fight into. Coming in for a second round, Malik with the cookie in, mows down Alberca. Like we said, this Snapfire is the real carry. Dark Lord now being focused down, but the buyback's there, trying to take him out. I mean, Power Rangers, I don't think they actually have anything in the tank, but they take down Malik on the front. That's pretty good. He has a buyback, but Dark Lord drops. So they prioritize the right hero. Poor Rangers.
That was a really, really nice buyback. You know, they had to use 3 buybacks, but I think they've got the value out of it, and now they have a chance to force Malik and Dark Lord's buyback. I think that was a really, really, again, a really weird instance where the buybacks were used. Why is Malik jumping in after the buybacks were expanded?
Yeah, I also don't know what the initial idea was from Copy. He cliffs himself, puts his entire team into an awkward position trying to save him, and they start the fight without the Slaughter. So a lot of your damage potential without those corrosive haze just goes down the drain.
Yeah, that was a very, very bad initiation by, or maybe just bad decision by the team, you know, in general for Rune Eaters. Just everybody made a wrong choice to initiate there. Again, you know, you're ahead. You don't need to rush, you know, just take the fight on your own terms.
Yeah.
Don't jump up the high ground and do something silly.
I will say the decision making from Rune Eaters and Poor Rangers alike has been
terrible.
And left a little bit to be desired. I will say that's.
Fortunately, it has given us the pleasure of an exciting game to watch.
On God, I don't even know who's gonna win. I actually have no idea who's gonna win at this
26k.
It doesn't even matter.
And you don't even think Rune Eater is gonna win, Mike?
I don't know. What's the win probability? Pull that shit up. Let's see.
You think it's a 50-50 game at this point?
50-50? To me personally, it's a 50-50 game.
I mean, DOTA has always.
I don't know what Gaben thinks.
It's either Radiant wins or Dire wins, right? Always 50-50.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, if you put Falcons on Radiant, then maybe a bit more than 50-50. 60.3k. I mean, I think Malik just maybe felt some pressure to turn the tides of the fight by himself because he knew that his calls were basically out of commission. I'm starting to see the problem with this Shadow Fiend, right? It's very hard for him to really get much done once he's trapped up in the wall.
It's the lineup. It's just,
Yeah.
Just the lineup.
They don't really have anything to enable him. I feel.
They don't have a body to protect him. Slada is not a body.
The Slada helps him do more damage, but the problem is he just gets focused down. So he can't do damage when you're dead.
He can't fight when he's stuck in the wall.
Indeed. It's very easy for poor Rangers to keep him within the wall or drag him back into it. Okay, quick item check. Any major neutral items to talk about before we get to tier 5? Conjurer's Catalyst, Naive, anyone else? Okay, Giant's Maul here for the Shadow Fiend. Level 28 already. I mean, 25s are all rolling in. Are there any 25s that are like giga good? I guess Disruptor is crazy. Nicky Cool will get found. Instant grip.
How
He's in
does
trouble.
this happen every time?
No, but he has an Aegis.
Okay, he has Aegis.
Yeah,
right.
it's completely fine. That's why he was
It's
being so
intentional,
aggressive.
Mike.
Yep, absolutely. Arrow's gonna land perfectly though. And the Requiem, seriously? Wow, Eki. I mean, he's making up for the earlier transgressions for sure.
That was not intentional.
Nullifier trying to chase down onto the Wind Ranger. Focus Fire will scare Copy away and they're happy with that response. Still though, Puck does not have buyback for another 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And here comes the Kisses. They have Alberca locked down. Darkseer turn around, Vacuum Wall onto 3, but there's not enough damage and follow-up. Copy finds the return onto the Clockwork and Wind Waker's back out to safety. Rune Eaters, they're playing their draft nicely at this stage in the game. Nullifier forcing the Refresher out. The threat of the Static Storm chooses it to blink instead. Doesn't throw it out in time and his Wind Ranger's already gone. Another Vacuum into a Static Storm that doesn't do anything for the side of poor Rangers. They have a combo, but they just didn't put it together.
He vacuumed him out of the field? Was that what happened there?
I'm not too sure. But whatever it was, it did not work. I mean, Alberca, he was really on point with some of the vacuums in the earlier stage of the game, but now when things have gotten messy, it's a lot harder to line those up. And Rune Eaters are very aware the vacuum wall is the one way that they get crushed in these fights. So they're splitting up. They're making sure they're approaching from different angles. And now the banner placement, I'm sure you'll be very upset about that. But Winter, it is what it is as they get the lane of Rags.
It doesn't matter now.
If you say so, brother. You're the president of the banner committee as far as I'm concerned.
But I'm the only one, it seems, on the committee. You're not even on the committee.
Yeah, I'm not actually, and I have no interest.
I have to recruit a couple more members.
I'm sure if you're interested in joining the banner committee, you know who to look for. People who get mad about the banner.
We talk about the banner for 1 hour every day.
Yeah, every day mandatory 1 hour practice mode demo placing banner.
This is the most efficient location to click your banner.
Okay. Rune Eaters, get a grip out. This game is coming to a close now. Not much else that poor Rangers can do in a game that was theirs in certain moments. They could have had this one. Rune Eaters definitely gave them ample chances. But now Dark Lord will stride back onto the high ground. So we found the condition actually. Rune Eaters, they can win with the Shadow Fiend. They can end the game. It just has to be longer than 55 minutes. Toss Slada in. Being a little cheeky of it as Nicky Cool trying to do what he can, but Slada just playing with them a little bit. Wind Waker to back out to safety. Now they got the sleep onto the park. Nice hook shot onto 3. How often do you see that? Nicky Cool turning around with some of the damage while Dark Lord is fully focusing down the Ancient, sorry. Game's gonna be ended surely. Requiem comes out. It's only a matter of time. Eki and Dark Lord eyes on the prize and GG is called. Yeah, poor Rangers, they know what's up. It's a little bit rough. I'm glad to see that they're not too affected by it, but that's still got a sting, right? You gotta imagine that they know in their hearts this could have been theirs.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this game, just a lot of individual mistakes, for the poor Rangers side. For Rune Eaters, I think the biggest problem, the most glaring problem, it was the Mirana.
Yeah.
The Mirana just doesn't really, not that he played bad, but I mean, maybe he played bad too, but the main issue is there's a lot of limitations to this hero. You could see that in the early game, he was not useful at all with the Bane. They had one moment where they could have killed the puck, and because they didn't kill that puck, they lost the SF on the side lane, they got ganked, and then the whole game felt really hard at that point.
Yeah.
There was a period where they were struggling to make plays on the map. And that shows me that if you have this Mirana hero, and you miss a window of opportunity to kill the enemy mid, and you don't take it, and the whole game just feels bad for you after that, it means that your hero is not optimal.
Yeah, it just felt like they had very limited options because you're running around the map with this Moonlight Shadow, this Bane setup. On paper, that sounds terrifying. On paper, that sounds like the puck should be caught out. You're able to find these pickoffs. But because of the early game slip-up, poor Rangers were the ones on the front foot. They had a disruptor lineup. It made it very difficult for Rune Eaters to play the map. Still though, at the end of the day, as we can see from the scoreboard, things got hectic, things got messy. The net worth got to astronomical numbers, and damage dealt-wise, look at Malik, 75,000. Basically more than the rest of his team. If you combine any other two members, Eki and Copy, they're only up to 50k, 60k perhaps. Dark Lord, even you put the next two, Dark Lord, Eki, it's just not really up there. Malik, again, finding a way to be the difference maker for his team. As we keep saying, he is the key player, he is the star player, and he's definitely the one that's most important to enable. This Snapfire last pick, it didn't really do the job of protecting the SF, but it protected the SF's ego because he can still pick SF and say that he won the game. Someone else just carried it.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far putting it that way, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a secondary carry, you don't need to rely on the SF, but if you pick a front line, it's gonna be a different story. Like if the last pick it was a frontline hero, the SF would have been able to output the damage. I guess maybe he felt like Slada was kind of like the front line, but it just didn't really turn out that way, you know. But overall, a win is a win. They got the win, they got there, and right now they need to do it again to ensure that they keep their chances alive in the next stage, you know. So
yeah,
important next game still for Rune Eaters, whereas for their opponents, the Poor Rangers, I mean, they're just here to have fun and they have to just, you know, make the most of it.
Sure. Are there any takeaways you reckon from the Poor Rangers side? Because obviously
there's too many individual mistakes. I felt like as a team they had sort of like a direction where to go, what to do, but just too many individual mistakes. Like spells not landing in the right places, deaths where it could have been 100% avoided.
There was a
look
lot
at this, you know, even this, you know, like cogging and then just getting his teammate killed. You know?
The way this all panned out, this fight in the bot side as well, where Rune Eaters managed to get the wipe, I think these were the key fights that brought them back into the game. And then from there, we had this entire sequence of events where it felt like Nicky Cool was constantly dying, getting caught up by the stun.
One stun from Slada into Cookie, he's dead every single time. You know, like you pick the puck in this sort of a situation. Like usually I think he's just not good at the blind puck, you know. Like some pucks, they don't care about 16, 17. You don't see your matchup, you pick it. But I think Nicky Cool is just not... I mean, he can play the hero, but if it's a blind matchup and he doesn't see his matchup, he's gonna feed.
Okay, maybe we gotta be a bit more... less slanderous, let's say, because I don't think Nicky Cool did badly in the lane. He still survived. It's not like he got outmatched or out-rotated by Copy.
Yeah, but he had too many deaths, you know, like all these deaths. You are a hero that would accumulate a high amount of net worth.
Do you think that has more to do with the matchup of the Slada and picking the puck early, or do you think that's more of his own individual?
It's the matchup because it's both. The matchup is bad and he needs to understand how to play the matchup, whether it's a different type of itemization or whether it's a different type of mindset. When you're in a bad matchup, you need to be more cautious, because I felt like he was playing like he couldn't die. That's why he was dying.
One thing I will say that's quite refreshing as compared to yesterday is, even though that game, as it was yesterday, that long game that Rune Eaters play, very exhausting, right? To have to claw out a win in this way where there's so many mistakes back and forth, the ups and downs, you know, it can really start to take a toll on you. But it's nice to see that both sides, they're still kind of taking it somewhat easy, right? They're not putting unnecessary pressure on themselves, which is something I was concerned about for Rune Eaters coming into this super important series that would dictate their fate. Were they going to have the same level of pressure, stress? And yes, maybe you can argue that it bled out in the game a little bit, right? There were moments where they felt a bit desperate, they were anxious, maybe a bit too cautious, as Eki admitted himself. But overall, even the side of Poor Rangers, you know, after that, they just kind of had a very chill team talk. Everyone's still smiling, everyone's having a good time. And maybe for us, we get more chaotic, crazy Dota coming up in this game number 2, because that seems to be what these teams can give us.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. Just hopefully that they're not too bummed by it and they need to keep their heads in the game. Okay,
what is the one thing that you can do as the difference maker? Because you talk about, too many individual mistakes. What do you do during the break to try and like snap out of it?
I think there's nothing they can do. They just enjoy the game. They're already out of the tournament. There's no motivation, so just have fun.
Yeah, have one final bit of fun on this Paris Expo stage here on Stream C. We'll have game number 2 after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to EWC 2026, where the best Dota 2 is being played across the streams, but at least for our stream, I don't know whether you can consider this the best Dota 2. It is good Dota 2, it's entertaining Dota 2 between Poor Rangers as well as Rune Eaters, as Rune Eaters continue to fight to secure their survival. But let's be real here, Winter. We are looking at the bottom of the barrel right now, right? We're looking at which one of these teams is, you know, at least for Rune Eaters, maybe they still stand a chance, but for Poor Rangers, their tournament's already over. Their key is going to be crushed. It's going to be soul-wrenching, but I think they've already come to terms with it. They've come through with good vibes. And that game number one, they also had chances to actually take one off of Rune Eaters, right? They had these situations where I felt like the game was very much in their hands.
Yeah, they definitely had the game in their bag. I mean, not like for sure they're gonna win, but they were in a decisive advantage.
Yeah.
After the early game, I think they took a couple of big team fights, especially after the rush. But just too many mistakes. You know, after that they weren't able to keep their cool. They weren't able to, maintain their lead. I just felt like a lot of like bad deaths, like on the park, bad spellcasting on like Disruptor, Clockwork. It's a lot of like random mistakes happening. You know, so you just can't really put the finger on one person, but the team is just not ready at this level.
You know, we were talking about how each of these individual players may be spellcasting not quite on the mark. Would you say that Poor Rangers might have drafted themselves a bit too high execution of a lineup, or it's not related at all?
I don't think so. I think the heroes, they were not really difficult to execute. They were like standard heroes. I wouldn't say that it's difficult to execute. Lineups that are difficult to execute are like kind of like Nigma drafts. You know, no stun, no catch. You know,
True.
Everybody has to play well. You need to know where you have to be on the map.
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't really mind the Poor Rangers draft. I thought it was pretty solid.
Yeah,
it had a lot of combinations. It had scaling, it had team fight, it had catch. It felt like there was very little boxes unticked, but it really does come down to the play at the end of the day, and that's something that's been lacking for Poor Rangers, right? They're not going to go very far in this tournament because of that. this is something we keep talking about with the tier 2 teams, tier 1.5. They just don't really have those fundamental concepts, or at least in Power Rangers sense, they do have the skills, but it feels like the decision making is a little shabby. You can kind of say the same about Rune Eaters though, right? They have this heavy reliance on Malik to do everything.
Yeah, Malik is the most important player on their team, and he's the most experienced, one of the most experienced player on the team. So it's very, very, I think, normal for them to rely on him, because the newer players or the least experienced players, I mean, I think it probably will be a balance between him, Malik, and I think Eki. Both of them are playing heroes that could lead, the game. In that first game, I might not have agreed with like the Mirana pick. I mean, I can see why they wanted to pick it, but it's just not a hero that it will, I think, work easily in the current state of the game. I get that he's comfortable with the hero, but at this level, it's beyond just comfort. You need to take yourself out of the comfort zone, because if your hero pool is just 3 heroes, 4 heroes, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I wonder what can you educate me, because I think I'm still trying to put the pieces together regarding this Mirana. What exactly do you think Rune Eaters value about this hero?
It's just for the Bane Mirana combination.
That's it?
To secure the lane. I felt like it was just, and it didn't really work with their follow-up picks. I mean, the starter wasn't planned, perhaps because it was a reaction to the puck, but at the same time, I think the support picks, you need to have kind of synergy with the cause. And I think because you have to pick the support hero first in that junction, they didn't really see the core picks. So this is something that you always need to think about. I need a hero that allows the latter picks to be you need to have a lot of options. You need to be able to work with a lot of options. The Mirana pick just didn't really work with Snap in the laning phase, and it didn't really work with the Slada, in my opinion. It's very hard to follow up with the Slada.
The stun's just not long enough.
Yeah, Slada, I think position 4 heroes that work really well with Slada, like maybe Grim, maybe Win. Those are not like...
Even like a Hoodwink would be fine.
Maybe even Hoodwink. Those are like heroes that could work much better. But just Mirana is just something that he wants to play it, and yeah, it just doesn't really work with their heroes. And let's see if they can find something better here in the next game. It's a very crucial game, once again, for Rune Eaters. They need to win this game to secure their spot in the next round. And very, very important game here coming up for them.
Yeah, it's basically between them and Gamer Legion. Gamer Legion now facing up against Bet Boom. I believe the game 1 just came to its conclusion. So this is the major decider within Group A, right? Whether Rune Eaters or Gamer Legion will be the ones to proceed, whether there's any semblance of a tiebreaker, regardless of what goes down today, I think it's going to be a matter of 1 or 2 points in the tiebreaker scoring system. So we'll have to see. One thing I want to point out is we, at first, when this series started, talked about how these teams, a lot of experience from better players is needed, and we also mentioned how some of these players on the rosters have already been journeymen themselves. But look to the coaches, right? Mag and J4, these are names that have been in the scene for forever, since the early days of Dota 2. So I'm sure that they're bringing a wealth of experience to the team, but I'm sure you've been in this position before, Winter. You can only do so much as a coach, right? The second the draft is over, you just hear the comms from the back of the stage, and sometimes you put your hands in your head, you're like, what are my boys doing? You don't have a lot of time during the break. You can only get so much out. If you talk too much, that's over buffeting them with information. You don't want to bring the vibe, right? You don't want to word dumb. You don't want to bring the vibes down, but you also need to target. It's a lot to think about. So I wonder how much their experience is coming to play here in terms of helping their own teams out.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's a tough job, Mike.
It is.
You have to try to influence things that you don't have control during the game.
I would never want to be a coach. I feel like the pressure is crazy. Watching from the sidelines, and then I watch like, I don't know.
I will listen to you, Mike. Coach me, Mike.
Coaching on what?
Life
Dota
skills.
2?
Life skills.
Life skills. Okay.
How to show up on work on time. How to be nice to your colleagues.
Yeah, you definitely need some lessons in that, I'll tell you that. It's okay, we can resume once this game is over.
And
introductory
now,
calls.
So Power Rangers has opened up with the Bane, and immediately Rune Eaters Zoo, because Bane is weak against the Zoo. Zoo heroes.
So are you saying that even if a Drow Ranger comes out now, it's not strong enough versus a potential Beast off lane? Because the key thing is we've seen the drafts devolve into, can I secure SF and Drow? And then the second step is, can I secure a bodyguard for the SF and Drow? So this is the first component. The SF, of course, is banned out, so the Drow still available in the pool, or do you want to switch gears now that you see the Beast?
You can definitely still do the draw. Draw is very good against Beast in the lane.
Okay.
So the Beast needs to have the right position for.
What would that look like?
I think I like Beast plus Koto. Oh, Koto is banned. So you don't have Koto. So Koto, I think it will be the most stable lane in the Beast. You keep throwing the axe, so it doesn't really matter what lane you're up against. You're going to be able to farm. But because there's no Koto, then it must mean this Beast is like a flex. It can be put in mid lane. That's why they're picking it up. I'm speculating.
Yeah, I'm sure. Although...
So now they're deciding whether they need to ban the Drow and which position 5 hero they want to pick. Or are they going to pick them 4 right now, knowing that it's a Bane. So you pick a 4, they can lane into the Bane. And usually it's not going to be a melee, it's going to be a range hero. So ideal range heroes against Bane would be Shadow Demon. I think Dark Widow is fine as well.
Okay.
These are the 2 main ones I will go with the range heroes.
Why Dark Willow?
Why not? You can cancel the grip later, and in the lane you can kind of fight off the... There's not many heroes that can fight off the Bane.
Yeah.
You out-train him because the Dark Willow, you have the... what's it called?
Shadow Realm?
The Shadow Realm, and then you can trade. So it's one of the more effective heroes that can trade against Bane. And the Bramble is a very strong spell.
Okay.
They go for the Drow.
Oh, they pick it themselves.
So here forcing Pro Rangers to find a solution towards the Drow Beastmaster.
Immediate Axe IO though.
Axe IO, yeah. Axe IO. Axe very good against all the range carries. But at the same time, Undying is in the pool. I feel like all they need to do right now as Rune Eater, they pick Undying. Undying counters Axe. Undying is really good against Bane as well because you create a lot of stuff on the team fight. Bane doesn't like to play into stuff.
Yeah, by the time he's done Fiend's gripping, he's gonna have like 8 zombies on
Undying
him.
plus stun on pause 4, like
there
some
you go.
lion, maybe a lion. Just pick a lion.
Oh, I love this from Rune Eaters. I think they've found themselves a nice situation.
I think the game is like, it's gonna be very one-sided, you know.
And the lion, so now you have the catch as well. A great laning pair of the Beastmaster. The flex option is still available.
This pick has to save the draft for them.
Does this save the draft?
Not bad. It's good against the Beast, but the Beast might not be in your lane.
Sure, yeah. That's the flex. But at least it opens up the map play for them. So, like you were saying, you have a support that sets things up in the Bane. Now you also have a Klings that can roam around and maybe try and find some of these pickoffs. Perhaps a stray Drow farming on the map. Pretty strong Death Ball coming together though for the side of Rune
I think it's
Eaters.
going to be really tough.
Yeah, I agree.
For poor Rangers, they need to play the split up map. They need to rely on the lanes going well. Because if the lane don't go well, you're not going to be able to play the map effectively. And the ball will be arriving on your doorstep a little too soon for you to handle. This is tough.
Helm of the Overlord, obviously the most immediate item timing, but when does Drow actually want to get involved?
Anytime. Drow doesn't really care.
Oh, so you're not necessarily
You
waiting
have a
for item
Falcon's
timing.
Blade, you have a Hurricane Pike. Obviously, you want to Pike this game against Axe so you can protect yourself. Manta plus Pike.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, you know. I think the onus is gonna be on the poor Ranger side, but they need to take control of the game by doing well in the lanes, playing through the Axe. They have pretty strong lanes. They need to gate with the Bane and they need to kill off this Drow Undying lane. If that doesn't happen, they don't break down the laning phase, it's going to cause them a lot of problems. And now they have Puck. So they have 3 cores that don't necessarily interact with each other. You have the coil into relocate, but a lot of their cores need to farm a lot. Especially the Puck and the... I guess Puck is the main one that's the carry here.
Yeah.
The Klings and the Axe kind of... They are allowed to fight.
Yeah,
they
they're meant to set the tempo a bit,
yeah.
right?
So overall, Axe is I think the key hero. They need to play through his lane. They need to use the gates. They need to unlock the Axe. Yeah. Whereas for Rune Eaters right now, they're gonna come to a decision whether they have to put the Beast on mid lane. Is it better for them to go there, put the Beast there, and pick another offlaner that can lane better against Klings? Is there a hero for them to do that, or just pick a counter to Puck? So the choice here is either to counter Puck or to counter the Klings.
Yeah.
If you counter Puck, what's there available? There is I guess there's Night Stalker.
Void Spirit, I guess.
Void's like, it's okay. It's not very impressive.
Okay. They banned out the other spirits, Earth Spirit and Ember, so... You want to go for like a Storm? There's limited lockdown, low-key.
I think you can go back for the Slada. Slada is pretty good against Klings. Slada with Beast.
Great into Park as well.
Yeah, they go for the Slada.
There you go. Okay, so quick little status update before we head into the game number 2 of this series. Bet Boom versus Gamer Legion over on the B stream. Gamer Legion have now lost 1 game down versus BB. So
What are the implications, Mike?
So the implications are that, as it stands, Rune Eaters have a significantly better chance of making it forward in the survival stage as compared to Gamer Legion. Because BBT, if they are in good form and they take game number 2, then Gamer Legion are just going to be in a bad spot. Like, Gamer Legion will have accumulated more losses and less points overall. So there's a real shot here. Rune Eaters, I mean, overall, I think I like their draft more. The starter rounds things out nicely. I feel like the sequence where they got the draw and the undying in like, not
It's
just
too much.
It's too much, right? Along with the first pick, like, I think they did an excellent job. I will say that the Axe IO immediate answer to the draw and then the Kling's follow-up was solid. It's got to be an uphill battle in my mind though. Poor Rangers, they need a lot to make this work. Another active carry for TA2000. See how much he can do with it. He'll be the difference maker, at least in my mind. Question for you, who does the IO play with? He runs with the Axe or?
Probably just the Axe.
Okay.
You can... But at the same time, I think later in the game, the Axe is going to be calling, so you want to bring the puck to the fight. I think Klings is going to be playing alone. Klings and Axe, they are going to be alone or scattered across the map.
Sure.
So you want to
And
be...
the puck clears waves and
yeah,
then
the
you
puck will
relocate.
clear wave and he might need some mana and then you bring him to the fight. I think that would probably be the way you approach this game as the IO. Early game, you don't follow the puck. You probably follow the Axe. And then after that, you will follow the puck.
Alright. See. Look at the vibes on the side of poor Rangers. Still smiling, still having a good time. That's what you love to see. Cracking a joke or two as we are heading into the game shortly. I think what stands out to me about poor Rangers, sure, I've watched a few of their games, but I didn't manage to catch all. There's been a lot of Dota that has been happening in the past few days. But I think I've really been impressed by... I guess there's a certain semblance of team unity. They have an idea, they stick to it. You know, when it comes to the draft, they generally already know what they want to do. And they stick to it. There's no deviation from that. I can appreciate it. I think it means that everyone's on the same page.
It can be a good thing, can be a bad thing.
Yeah, because you're on the wrong page in terms of winning the tournament, but you're on the right page in terms of being with each other. Need to add a few more notes
Yeah,
to that
I need
page.
to be on the same page with you a lot more. You know, I'm just on the wrong page all the time.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel that way. I'm sad, you know, I'm sorry.
Damn. This
It
game 2 of a best of 2, not a therapy
Sometimes when we have the same lunch, inside me I feel happy, you know. Oh, finally we're on board on the
session.
same...
We're matching.
We picked the same menu.
Sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes sometimes there are limitations.
There's just
What-
one option in the menu.
Yeah. Sometimes we're eating at the same place and they only serve one thing. But enough about us. More about this game, Rune Eaters. As we said before, folks, in case you're just joining us, this one is very important. Sure, not for poor Rangers, but it's a matter of pride for them, right? If they can deny Rune Eaters, the regional counterparts, this slot, it's going to be a bit of a moral victory. Because as we know, Dota 2 players, the only reason why they play this game is to make other people suffer. See the sad faces on the side of Rune Eaters. Gonna be a bit of a tussle for the runes. Nothing crazy though, just some spells traded out left and right.
And you need to specify. Playing Dota, making other people suffer. Are your teammates included in the other
Oh,
people?
100%. Everybody involved. You know, even if they're not in your game, you make them suffer. You ever see those regional chats in the Dota 2 client? People are out there just talking mad shit. Every Dota player has that dog in them. You can't stop it. I'll get off to the races here. Rune Eaters with a draft that just inspires so much confidence. High physical damage, good scaling as well, and I think in a team where we talk so much about how Malik has to be unlocked, this is a hero that can unlock itself, right? You can set up stacks with the boss, you can make the right moves on the map, you can apply a whole lot of pressure, and he is the perfect type of hero for the rest of the Rune Eaters to play through in this early stage. So I'd love to see that.
It's not a very fast hero though, my concern is. It's not a dagger hero, it's a hero that is gonna farm a bit. You need some time before you get the helm, and you need some little, you know, space on the map, you know. He's going to be a lot, I guess a little bit similar to the Snapfire where you're buying travels and I think you're being a little bit more greedy. But at the same time, the Snapfire does provide your team with some sort of damage in the early game. Beast doesn't really, you don't really play with your team. You kind of just farm. You want your team come to you to get the tier 1 tower. Then after that, you farm. You get your helm of Overlord, and then you get the mid tier 1 tower if it's still up. So I would say that it's a way more greedier style of a hero for Malik.
Sure. We talk a lot about Malik. Talk to me about this IO. What is this meant to do for them? Because we see certain teams prioritize it. It can be strong in the laning stage, but not as strong as a Drow Undying, and Ike thinking about just denying himself into the tower, tries to get the
professional Undying player.
That's what we're
I
talking
love this. I like this. You run out of mana, you run out of HP, just go take a free trip back to base.
Don't stick around. Don't believe the lies. Even though you're named Undying, dying is low-key good.
Okay, Mike.
He liked that one. Folks, I did it. Cracked a smile on Winter. Life is worth living. Some might say we're on the same page.
Finally, Mike.
What a wonderful moment.
Yeah, I need to show you more stand-up shows, so we get humor on the same side, on the same page.
You know what it sounds like is that you're showing me the stand-up show so you train me to tell jokes that you like. It's a bit more transactional than...
It's not transactional, it's free. I'm not charging you anything.
Alright, thank you for your generosity. Ike trying to body block them away from the Lotus, but understands he can't fight this duo by himself. Tillian's come to the Twin Gates, actually put a lot of pressure onto Dark Lord.
Because
this is a nice
not a duo, Mike. It's not fair. It's not a fair fight.
Rutro, Ike now tries to put a tombstone down. I guess he's trying to get a return kill onto Immersion. Buying as much time as possible. Blood Grenade at the last moment. What a masterful play. Gets something in return. Until the end, we'll get a nice chunk of change from this tombstone kill, but he does take a lot of damage.
Ike has been very, very impressive. I think other than Malik, Ike has been really impressive individually.
Yeah,
maybe with the team's movement and everything, sometimes they are not really fluid. But I think individually, his spellcasting, his limit testing, he knows how far he can go with his heroes. His block works, his Undying. He's really good with the melee supports.
Yeah. Really like how he's been playing so far.
Yeah, he's probably going to be the next support player on my radar right there. I think upcoming support player. He's a relatively new player, and I think he's showing a lot of promise.
Yeah.
The future is bright for Ike.
Not for Dark Lord though, his laning partner. Ike's trying his damn best to salvage this situation, but Dark Lord's just getting run down bot lane.
The classic, where is my pause 5?
Yeah. But in this case, if Ike told me it was Dark Lord's fault, I'd be inclined to believe him. Here's the chase though. Ike will drop as well. This is where the Axe and the IO get a bit scary, right? The battle hunger, higher levels, the constant sustain and damage coming through. It's really hard to avoid being run down by this duo. Aki's even TP'd down here just for some additional insurance, just to not really find anything done.
Yeah, they have to keep Dark Lord safe in his lane. Bring in the numbers. The Beast is okay farming alone as of right now. You can't really contest the lane against the Klings. So I think this is the right play for them to try to salvage what they can on the bot side. You need to play with the Drow. I think you cannot leave this hero alone, because she cannot jungle.
Cheeky little wraparound till the end will get caught. He's been in and out of the gates. He did this on the Disruptor as well. This just seems to be his prerogative. Regardless of what hero he plays, he wants to find an opening to come through in the first 2 or 3 minutes in the game. And I guess that's why they're prioritizing all these self-sufficient carries for TA 2000, right? First game was the Wind Ranger, now it's the Klings. Someone that can stand alone and be relatively fine without needing the babysitting of a support. In fact, he's playing pretty... At 16 denies right now, he's just squashed the Beast entirely back into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough lane for Beast, a counter matchup. Rune Eaters decide to walk into this matchup because they feel like the Slala pick would give them a lot more, I think, options in the game. It has a lot more synergy with their lineup, a lot of physical damage, and it's going to win the matchup in the mid lane, which I agree. I think Beast must... Somebody has to take an L.
Sure.
You can't have everyone winning that.
And you are happy to let your 9 pick take the L, right? Because that's kind of what it's for in a way. You kind of have to expect it's going to get countered regardless. The whole point of picking it is because you're confident that both your players can make it out of an L situation. This is a lot of pressure coming in from the PR duo though. I didn't really expect this. I thought the Drow and the Undying would have a much better time, but instead the Axe is running free down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, they didn't have enough heroes here. Kind of like this catapult wave that could have pressured more. If the Bane, imagine the Bane and the Klings came over. This is a big pressure point. I think they missed like a really huge pressure point.
Yeah.
If Drow dies there, this game is gonna be so hard for her. She's already struggling.
Well, they can still continue the pressure. Call comes out. Alberca hunting down onto Ike. They get on the tombstone, but scary business. Gotta be careful about another battle hunger. I mean, the sheer amount of damage stacking up on this guy. Whew. And Malik's not doing hot either. Talk about TA 2000 already having a great time. His Wisdom Shrine will be secured though, but Malik, a long way to go before his first item, whether that's the Aghanims or whether that's the Helm.
Yeah, Copy has a lot of work to do because he's the pick that kind of got the preferential treatment, you know, he has the priority. So he has to be able to deliver. And right now the side lanes are just doing really, really poorly for Rune Eaters. But it's not the end of the world. Like I said, the lanes are not as important nowadays. It's more about like the lineup coming together. You have a lot of combinations in the mid game, synergy. Yeah. You can catch, you can play the team fights. I think that is more important. And the objective taking, you know, you have the power to take Roche with the Slada lineup. I mean, Beast is already a Roche lineup. So you add a Slada on top, it's going to be super, super easy to take Roche.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dark Lord here, he has company. Unwanted company.
How often do you see a play like this early on? I mean, TA 2000 going all the way in.
Hey, he's just pressuring him, sending him back to base. I think it's a really good play.
Yeah. And then now he's scared the Klings is in the area, so he's not going to go back, right? So that's just an entire area.
He can't go back. But at the same time, there's nowhere else for him to go. They need to force Heroes top.
Yeah, look at him. He's immediately drawing circles. He's like frustratedly saying, can you guys open up this side? Because I don't have anywhere to go.
They can't open up that side because Beast has a counter matchup. He's against the Klings. So the only place they can open up is the mid lane. They have to play with the Slada.
And they're a bit preoccupied dying right now at the moment though. Ike will drop again. Of course, as soon as we compliment him after his decent early game, he starts dying. 5 deaths at this point. We did say dying was okay, but maybe a little bit too much. Maybe we sent the wrong message.
A line has to be drawn somewhere, Mike.
Yeah. Start drawing it now, Winter. We don't want double digits.
Why? I'm not the Undying.
Can you go over here then tell him? Maybe take some initiative.
Production is not gonna, you know, give me a hard
no
time,
one.
mate.
I don't think it's just production. I don't think anyone's gonna be very happy that you're doing that.
Imagine.
I don't even think the Undying will appreciate it.
Casually walking up the stage.
Yeah, casual. Just all chill.
Hey, do you mind if I give you a little bit of advice?
Yeah, I got a little tip for you, brother. You take the noise cancelling headsets off. Don't worry about it.
Wait, what is this initiation? He's so far up.
I mean, the Bane is just out of position, right? And Rune Eater's
It's
response.
out of the game.
Indeed. Well, it's just one mistake. I don't think it's
a huge kill. That's 400 gold, brother. You know, 400 gold at this stage. They were behind. That is a huge ass kill.
Look at this. Speaking of huge ass, parks his big booty in front of Alberca. Not big enough though. He's a BBL perhaps.
Uh-oh.
Nice tombstone in the way of immersion. Tether was already used and no escape there. So a good sequence of events. First it was the Bane to overextend, then now it's the IO. Rune Eaters are getting their lick back slowly but surely and stabilizing the situation.
EPL? What? Yeah, amateur player right there. Only playing EPL.
Alright, calm down. They're at the Esports World Cup now. It's a different story. The only E we care about is EWC.
TA 2000 here working on this tower here. Just trying to attack the triangle. If
What's going on in Dark Lord over here? He's been found out in the bot lane again, just hounded by Alberca and Immersion, coming through back with the nice relocate. You talked about it, the pairing with the puck. Easy connection on the side lanes. The towers having to be denied there. TA 2000 putting on a lot of pressure. The quiet moments here for Rune Eaters as it feels like before this Blink Dagger comes out for Copy, they can only wait and try and respond, right? They don't really have any play options themselves because like you said, the Beastmaster is a rather greedy hero. Meanwhile, with PR, they can just keep running at Rune Eaters, force these reactions for very little commitment overall.
Yeah, I think it's okay overall. Like, if they can actually survive the next couple of minutes, the helm comes out. I think their lineup is really strong together. They can play the game, say what, 5k behind, 15 minutes. It's still alright for them. But they need to keep it stable so everyone can keep farming and the Drow doesn't die. Just sacrifice the Undying.
Oh dear.
Oh no,
Drow.
Undying is not here. Oh no.
She's about to be found. Runs straight into the Fiend's grip. What a set-up play there from Poor Rangers. Runs away on the axe at first, doesn't show the Bane, smoke up and runs back in. Gets him off guard. The Poor Rangers there
Mid
again.
lane. I mean, they're playing through the mid lane. I like this more.
Well, they're going to try and make the jump onto Nikki Cool. Very, very smart silence over. Actually pressures the Lion. He's not able to get the kill. Nope, Finger of Death is right there. Eki managed to get his level 6. Much needed pick off onto the puck.
They need to play through this Slada. Slada is their strongest hero.
Oh, Alberca's coming on forward. Gotta watch himself though. Nice call onto 2, but that's the Flesh Golem amping up the damage onto the otherwise very tanky Axe. Ike able to set up the kill for his team and now getting the jump onto this poor Klinks. Roy is there, pushed them aside, and they found themselves 4. Amazing setup there.
Yeah, the team fight just way better for Rune Eaters and the execution. Axe thought he was the one starting the fight, but he was actually starting the fight for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, he runs in, tanks the Flesh Golem damage amp, and suddenly he's not quite as terrifying as he was before. He got so used to being able to dominate the early stages that he forgot. Now with the Flesh Golem, he's nothing more than a puppet.
So he belongs to Ringmaster.
Okay, sorry, maybe bad use of the words here. He's maybe I'm gonna say plush toy, like he's easy to beat up.
More aware
Gotta
about the
be specific,
times, you
yeah,
know,
my
the
bad.
Dark Carnival time.
Okay, yeah, true. We live in a carnival.
A different time now.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to take turns
A
to
bit
join
sad
the
that-
carnival.
Yeah, a bit sad that Alberca's not the automaton X, but he will very much like the similar X be killed and forced to
Yeah, this
replace
is the
potential.
power of the Slada Drow. So much damage, and their heroes, they can be behind, but now it doesn't feel 50-50 anymore, the game. Even though the net worth is just 1k or less than 1k.
Yeah.
This
Rune
game-
Eaters have really dragged themselves back into this one off of that sequence of events.
Yeah, if they can get the Roche, it'll be very huge blow for Poor Rangers.
Ike is probably going to die here. Can't even get the soul rip off. Just gets found by nice positioning there from TA2000, and that's the first charge of the Desolator in play.
Oh, till the end?
Oh, wow.
My man,
What?
it's daytime.
Wait, I thought he was gonna get killed there. How did he survive? I guess the Slada just thought maybe there was a gang squad coming for him and blinks to safety.
Io. There is Io.
Yeah, I guess so. The Io's a bit preoccupied though. Here's the chase in.
There is an Io in the game. He's gonna get rolled.
Easy pick up. I think Immersion survives these. Completely fine. They even get the creep on their way out. How convenient.
Yeah,
Okay,
this-
nice set of plays there from Poor Rangers.
This is what they need to do. Just pick heroes off the map. Use their relocate. I mean, they didn't even use the relocate. I guess they did.
How do you think they got there, Winter?
Yeah. Silly me. Yeah, Rune Eaters have to be more careful of the relocate. When you're poking against relocate, you gotta be ready to run after you use your spell. You cannot just go in and run in and commit your second spell. Just make them relocate, run away, and then do it again. The dagger is going to be coming up for the axe. That's when the game is going to get spicy for Poor Rangers. Roche is going to move bottom. For Rune Eaters, if they can find a good initiation or good engagement on the bottom side, Roche will be theirs. For Poor Rangers, I guess they can also take the Roche with the Clinks, but it won't be as quick.
Yeah. I think another big timing coming up in just about 200 gold. The Helm of the Overlord for the Beastmaster hasn't really been able to contribute to the game so far, but with that Ancient Creep shoving out lanes, the map will get a lot easier for Rune Eaters to manage. So far, they've been at the mercy of the Klinks hunting, the Axe Blink, as well as the Io relocate, like you said. They need to carve a bit more space for themselves here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Some ultimates, and they're not afraid to use them, just need to find the opportunity to do so.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually stacking the camp. I thought I was going to get a creep immediately. I guess he's not And he doesn't have the ulti op just yet. So
I mean, he's there. He's
Radiant's middle
close.
tower is under attack.
He's close. Now, after the helm, you are thinking about what are the moves that we need to make so we can get Roche. The Roshan, if it goes to the Rune Eater side, they're going to be in full control of this game. So the Roche is going to be very, very important for both sides here. Ike joking. Okay, this relocate, I don't really like this relocate.
yeah, this one feels a
I feel like it's a bad relocate here.
bit very much not needed. I think you could have made an argument that it gives
No,
TA
there is
2000.
there's no argument, my friend.
Yeah, sure, you can accept that, but I'm making the argument that TA 2000, maybe he said, get me over there, I want the Deso charge.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's a big cooldown, my friend.
Well, it's not like Rune Eaters are in a hurry.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Just the gang squads on the map trying to find action. There's your Helm Overlord with the Dragon. We're gonna start pushing out these waves. Full initiation might come out. Alberca is about to run into some heroes on the high ground. This is a good position for them to start, but do they want to stick around? Eki's gonna show himself. Ike thinking about the Tombstone, but understands this is a tricky spot to hold. The blink call over to Dark Lord. They need to save him, but he's in the wrong spot. Copy tries to hold them back. Tombstone's in a good place, but immediately gets mowed down. They get the Finger of Death onto the axe after the damage amp again. The Flesh Golem doing its work, but Ike will pay the price for it. I'm sure he's happy though. The fact that Dark Lord manages to get out and they find the kill on the axe, that's pretty big.
Yeah, the Tombstone was placed in a really, really good position. They were forced to target it. They couldn't really follow up on Dark Lord, and that was what actually just saved him. And of course, the 4-star there. Roshan's still not open yet. That was it's still up for grabs. Both sides still not really certain if they can just walk in and do it. Rune Eaters, they need to kill more than one hero to be able to do it. And there's a smoke. Slada's moving top with Lion, so they're gonna run into Klings and the Io.
They'll try and focus Naive down. They know there's no chance of a safe Emergent. Is he not going to try for the relocate? Holding on to it at the very last moment. They were saving the Hex for that, but Eki, he's taken too much damage from the Skeleton Archers. He can't even get the kill on him. Emergent, too much healing to work with, and Slada, who started that fight, has to run away with his tail between his... Well, he doesn't have any legs, but you get the idea.
Lion is just a hero that you have no armor. If you don't have a Ghost Scepter, oh
They
my god,
grip
they
the Black Dragon, big crush.
What?
Till the end,
Why?
what was that about? Raw is gonna sentence the second support into death. That was just over ambitious from PR.
What are they doing? What are they doing right there?
Why would you?
I mean,
I
that was
mean, I
such
can
a risky.
understand it.
That was such a risky move because it was in front of the tier 2 tower.
Look, I can understand it if there's nothing going on the map, right? And you haven't used the Fiend's Grip in a long time. You don't anticipate anything else happening.
But not in front of the tower.
Not in front of the tower, and not when Tormentor's spawning. Not when any one of these teams could easily get the Roche. I mean, you don't have the Fiend's Grip. They're just going to be like, okay, thank you very much for the objective. And it's another situation, Winter, where we see Rune Eaters, they're kind of being rewarded by poor Rangers for no reason. Poor Rangers are feeling bad for them that they're behind and saying like, you know what, you can have this one. We're gonna grip we're gonna give you a chance to get a crazy double crush. Eki's found him. Eki is probably close to dead. Last auto attacks, they actually find him.
I can't believe he
goodness.
died there.
That was painful. A T2000 continuing to stack up the armor reduction, 14 charges on the Deso.
I mean, the Roche is top right now.
Easy.
PR is going in it.
Here they go.
It's a crucial objective. Rune Eaters did not find the Roche in the night time, and now this feels like they can't really defend it. One hero down, they're not in any position to contest. Yeah, this is a huge blow to the Slada and Drow matchup lineup.
Still haven't really seen or heard much from Copy. A couple of nice crushes, but that's about it. Where they go? Nice try there. Ike manages to TP out after stealing the Shrine of Wisdom. Pretty cute play. Definitely, I don't know whether it even counts as a consolation prize to the fact that they lost Roche. It's so damn small, it feels like it doesn't really matter. But every small bit is going to count in this uphill battle.
And Rune Eaters, they still have a lot on their tank. Yeah. In their tank, they have Slaughter, BKB. They do not need to be afraid of this Aegis.
Raw out. Malik with the setup. Emergence there,
Nice
but a double
stun.
crush. Copy, that is what you needed. But Malik, he's got to watch his HP. Alberca now on the hunt, but Malik saved by the Soul Rig again. The Undying will foil him. Meanwhile, Eki on the front line, still surviving the puck damage. Rune Eaters starting to come together. Sure, they might have lost the Roche, but they're doing the work.
Rangers, they somehow just shoot the heroes on the mid lane. I think Naive, he just showed himself for a brief moment to clear the waves. And that gave Rune Eaters the information that their opponents are not together. And now they're in trouble. They're in all sorts of trouble. He does not look like he's going to get out of this.
You don't even have a single ally on the map other than the puck. And you're still showing in the mid lane trying to go on to copy. That was awful.
That is a triple question mark right there for the whole team of Poor Rangers.
Yeah, what was that?
This is even worse than the previous play where they tried to grip the dragon.
Yeah, I think just a very stunning sequence of events here from Poor Rangers where it's not too clear what they're trying to achieve. Where's their mind state at? Do they really think they're that far behind in the game where they need to go for things like that? Because they just got the Aegis.
I don't think they
just got
can
a few
even tell you.
plays.
They have no idea what's happening.
Immersion literally relocates into a location that Rune Eaters are fully aware of because, you know, you can see the animation, farms out the jungle and then just leaves. That's a major cooldown being used. And Rune Eaters, they can maybe pressure out this tower or try for something on the map and know that there's no threat.
Things are not looking good right now for Poor Rangers. And the game is just going to get harder and harder just based on matchups. Klings is fully countered by the Slada Drow. It's a Beastmaster Raw. I mean, I guess they can relocate him out of the Raw, but you can never be too confident in the fights because of the Slada. Slada is an absolute nightmare of a matchup for Klings.
Saw a bit earlier on already in the mid lane where these skeleton archers just were ripping into copy. The only reason why he turned around and started to tank quite a lot of it is because his team was on the way. But in a 1v1 situation, you imagine the Slada's not going to do very well. You put a fish on fire, it's going to become grilled. I will say, apart from the time that Till the End decided to grip the Black Dragon, they've been doing a pretty good job taking down Malik's summon. They have not allowed it a lot of space on the map to keep on pushing these waves, clearing out the locations. So good on them. Something that's important. Daytime, things come out. I think Copy spotted the smoke,
He was
maybe.
just running out with like, no fear of dying.
Yeah? He knows that they don't have enough burst for him unless they throw everything the puck and the Klings have. There's teams nearby enough to help him out.
Oh?
Comes out.
Copy is so tanky.
How do you try and kill him? Raw onto the Klings, but no one's focusing him down at the moment because of the grip. Buyback immediately, Eki fell first. This fight, it's pretty awkward because both archers are just holding their positions without much uprooting them. Spells thrown out on both sides as Rune Eaters regrouping around this tombstone. Eki rejoining the fray. But I think you give up this position.
That was a very, very awkward fight right there from both sides. Felt like the fight was gonna be really bad for Poor Rangers, but it somehow worked out for them. They get the Lion, they don't expend anything apart from their spells, and they get out. And it's Ghost Scepter on immersion, so he's gonna be able to survive the barrage from the Drow and the Slada. I mean, still a game where felt like Rune Eater should be way more comfortable than this. You know, it looks like right now they could still make a mistake or two and just lose control of the game.
Yeah, the fact that PR are still alive and not just kicking, but slapping at times Rune Eaters around is very surprising to me. Just goes to show that there's a level of tenacity there. The Axe going for the early Chasm Stone just to probably increase the range of the call into the BKB shortly after. Aghanim's now complete for Mr. Klinks. Gonna have that army. And Rune Eaters don't have very much heroes capable of clearing those archers in a jiffy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's gonna be a lot of physical damage. Ike running up to the high ground, put the skeleton archers down. Looks like Ike will just accept his fate. But a Raw on the back line. Looks like Malik's found a target. Bane's eliminated. They found the puck on the front as well. Having to relocate back out. They leave TA2000 behind. What was that from Poor Rangers? They thought they were getting a kill. They just walk up to the high ground on the Axe and find themselves in a huge pickle. And now the Axe in the mid lane jumps on down. They find him. The copy's gonna hunt him down to the ends of the earth. What a nice play there. Rune Eaters, they set themselves up on the high ground and take that fight.
Yeah, again, you know, Nikki on the puck just getting stunned by the Starler and just killed off immediately. It's not really respecting the fact that the Starler has just such a huge amount of burst on him.
This goes back to what you were saying, where the matchup is just something that it seems like he's not very good at, right?
He doesn't respect, or he just doesn't really feel like he's gonna die, you know, like this, the way he's playing so aggressive. And it was very weird, you know, they relocate in, the Axe didn't really get a call on, he has to walk in to get a call. And then they keep chasing with the secondary. Like the fact that he chased, like here, you see, like he just chased, he can't chase on the puck. He needs to wait for the secondary salvo or spells to be ready before you go. Like chasing and running up the ramp just like that, just a very, very bad move from Nikki Cool. And now the game has just been given, you know, to Rune Eaters. The control of the game has just been given away. And Rune Eaters, they are very, very happy to receive this gift because they are in a very, very crucial position in the group where they need every win they're going to be able to get.
Things starting to fall apart here for Poor Rangers as heroes get dropped. Raw is out. Malik, he is just a problem. All these summons, things that Bane and Io cannot deal with. And it looks like it's the beginning of the end here. Rune Eaters very close to crushing Poor Rangers underfoot, and the tips come through. They're feeling good. And Poor Rangers, they came into this series with nothing left to prove, right? Just leave it all on the table, leave it all here in Paris. One final game and GG is called. Their time at EWC has come to an end. This will be their final series, but on the flip side, Rune Eaters, they can be very happy with themselves because they've just further ensured their survival. Now it all comes down to how BBT and Gamer Legion pans out. Gamer Legion, just to refresh the memory, already one game down, which puts them in a, I guess, disadvantage in this situation. But now Rune Eaters can tell themselves they've done everything that they can. Right? The rest is up to fate, and that is a good feeling because at the end of the day, you know you grew, you knew you tried, and you closed this series out even though things got hairy.
You did your job, and that's the best you can do.
That's all you can ask for.
So there will be no regrets, nothing, you know, just hope for the best. But yeah, I mean, we see a lot more, I think, cleaner gameplay from Rune Eaters today. I mean, obviously, the opponents are not as strong as the opponents from the days before. But still, it's really, really important for them to show that we can play some clean Dota. We can, you know, do what we're supposed to do with our heroes. We have the team play, we have the synergy. And I think this game, it's not so much on Malik, but, you know, Copy was the one, you know, the shining star of this game. He showed that both games with the star, he's able to play that rotating aggressive star. And I think the only criticism I have for Rune Eaters is maybe they could have done more to claim the first Roshan, because I felt like they were a little bit too hesitant during the nighttime phase, the 15-minute to 20-minute nighttime phase, and they couldn't really contest the Rosh. And after that, Poor Rangers got a pick off, they get Rosh. I don't think they were supposed to get the Rosh with the lineups, but they got the Rosh, and somehow, even though they had the Rosh, they had some sloppy plays. They had 3 heroes on the high ground in the triangle. They were setting up camp, and then the Klings, I think it was the Klings and the Puck, they showed on their lanes. So immediately, Rune Eaters see they don't have 5 heroes here. How are they allowed to sit on our high ground?
Yeah.
Let's just kill them. You saw
Get
them
in there.
they TP it in on the start immediately.
Straight
jump.
away, yeah.
Even though the Klings have Vegas, there's no point because they're not ready in a position. So I think these are like, I don't want to be harsh or anything, but these are very, very amateurish mistakes. And you don't show on the lane when your team is attempting to do something. They're in a very advanced position.
Yeah. And I honestly think that this is a nice glow up, right? Earlier on when we got the chance to speak to Eki yesterday, he told us all about how they feel like they're moving closer and closer to their peak form. They're getting to the level that they want for themselves. And today, another step in the right direction, because I think some of our criticism of them in the earlier stages was it felt like that mid-game, it lacked a leader. But then you see Copy on this Slada, he's the one calling the shots. He's the one sort of making these jumps. Sure, it's not perfect yet. There were some moments where things got a little bit awkward, right? There were one or two times where I feel like he was blinking out in front of everybody, and then maybe the rest of the team wasn't ready to follow up. But then you can also track that back maybe to the rest of the draft, right? It's like the line has to do it, and then Slada has to do it. I think this time round in this game too, it made a lot more sense. In the first game, it was just him. He had to be a body. There was a lot of weight on his shoulders. And then now he has Malik, who can jump in as well. Eki, who can jump in as well. And everything's looking a lot more balanced.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've learned a lot from their previous series, and I feel like they look like a different team today.
Yeah.
Made some adjustments. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of fumbles here and there, but I think overall they look a lot more smart about their movements.
Yeah. Definitely the talks between each of the series playing a big part here. And I think Copy really showed up today on the Slada. He's done an excellent job for himself. The first game, you know, still kind of figuring things out. There still is some of that Rune Eaters that we know and love from the previous few days. They managed to tighten things up, come through. And at the start, we already said, you know, the experience is going to matter. And Copy, Malik, the bunch of them, they show they've been on the big stages before and they're ready to keep it going. Ready to stay here, move on to survival stage and continue the run. It's still not entirely in their hands. They still have to wait for BBT and Gamer Legion to conclude. But like we said, at least they've done all they can.
Yeah, they did their job, and now it's just hoping that everything will work out for them.
Yeah. Hope is a very strong thing, especially when you feel like the wins are in your favor. You've done as much as you can, and that's all you can ask for. The vibes are good. And yeah, I mean, we heard from Eki earlier, and it is going to be an absolute pleasure right now because we also have the chance to hear from the man of the match, in my opinion, Mr. Copy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, of course, I have to congratulate you because I'm sure you're aware this match was extremely important, just like the one yesterday, right? It's 4 slots left. You know, it's largely between you guys and Gamer Legion, guys that you know really well, in some cases from your time playing in NA and everything. What was the feeling like as soon as that second game ended? Did you guys all feel relieved? What was the team talking about?
Yesterday or today?
Today.
Today. Yeah, we were all relieved, obviously, but it's also in our heads. We were always thinking a bit about the Gamer against Batboom game. And our coach told us that Batboom won first game, and I think it means we're through now. So I think we're really happy right now.
Yeah, we just have to get additional confirmation. We're not entirely sure, but yeah, BB, you know, if they... Whatever the case is, you guys have already done the most, right?
Yeah.
So I believe you guys are through. What does this mean for you guys? Because obviously, you know, playing Pipsqueak +4 for quite a while, being signed, I know that was a big deal for you guys coming into this tournament, and the trajectory seems to keep going up, even if it's only incremental. What's it like?
I mean, it's obviously nice, you know, you can feel yourself getting better. I feel like we had decent chances against all the teams in our groups.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this tournament in itself is like the most important one for us right now because we couldn't manage to qualify for international, obviously. And so we're just, you know, we're focusing all our gameplay, all our focus, everything on this.
Amazing.
I mean, which are the part of the games would you say? Because you said that you felt like the team got better and you could take games off the stronger teams. And which aspect will you feel like your team has improved the most throughout the group stages?
I think it's a lot about this situation after laning, like from minute 10 to 20.
Yeah.
I think it's the most important part of the game right now. It's like where you can see difference between the real good teams and the mediocre ones a lot. So we're like focusing a lot on the map movements from the top teams, trying to copy some patterns, what they're doing and everything. I think we keep getting better every day. Like after every scrim, after every official, we feel like we're getting some good conclusions that help us improve.
But could you shed us some light, you know, with what's important? Is the heroes that are working together, or the vision, or what are the important factors?
It's a lot of things together, right? But what we have right now is a lot this concept about groups, and you wanna, you know, of course, pushing a lane, you need to make sure you have people behind him so you can push the lane. You need to place vision in front of him. These lane wards are kind of important in my opinion. And it's also about using the gates, you know. They like, after the ancients got removed, people were playing them less again, but I think they're still very important for the game. also this entire, you know, Roshan tournament, you always need to be ready at every time. Try to not give it up, like against Falcon. We lost Roshan 2 games in a row at minute 16, and now we're trying to focus more on it as well ourselves.
And do you feel like for you, you have a preference on the sides? Because you spoke about how important it is, like playing the map. Do you think there's a preference on side? Is it easier to play on Radiant or Dire?
To me, I kind of prefer Dire a bit, just because it's for the mid lane matchup, but I think the map situation is a bit easier to play on Radiant in my opinion. The only thing Dire really has is the Roshan from minute 15 to 20.
Oh, I see.
The main advantage in my opinion.
Yeah, and of course, we don't want to take too much of your time. We know this is a really big moment for you guys. You know, you've been on the biggest stages before, and here you are in Paris competing at the LAN again. It's great to see you back, Copy, and we congratulate you. If it really is the case, I think you're through. I think you're through. Let's just count it as you're through. Congratulations, sir. We'll let you join your team. Thank you, Copy, for joining us, and a big congratulations because Rune Eaters, we've been following their story the whole time. We've casted them since day one, and I'm sure the improvement for you guys at home watching, for us on the desk, and even for the players, it's tangible, right? And I love that he pointed these things out. Winter, you ask great questions because we're kind of dialing down back to what we were criticizing them for a little bit in the earlier stages, right? We're saying the 10 to 20 minutes, they're running around like headless chickens. That was day one. Day two, suddenly things start to formulate a little bit more. They unlock Malik, they get these plays, and then now Copies joining into the mix. They really are leveling up.
Yeah, I think it's very important to identify what's the problem. It's okay to lose the games. But the takeaway, you have to have the right conclusions. It's very important to understand what is the team doing wrong. And you have time, you know, like I said, in the first day, like this format, you have to learn every day. Every day you play a series, it's very important to look at the replay, look at the other games. What are other teams doing? What are they doing to win their games and learn from it?
And that is what they're doing. He's living up to a name. He's doing a little bit of copying and hopefully he can copy the other teams in his group because they're doing very well for themselves. But we're moving on to Group B. Because while things have settled up in Group A for the most part, Group B is far from done. Well, at least the rest of it. For the next two teams coming up, unfortunately, they've already been eliminated, which means that this is a match about pride. It's L1 versus Level Up. We've been following Level Up since the start, and we'll continue to follow them till the end after a short break.
That to the power runes and the Aegis timing. Get a Devour steal and some extra gold on the map. Still trying to get to the Axe BKB.
Now that's how you can farm.
Oh yeah. And look at this early Axe for crit. He usually goes blink on this hero. This is another vision mechanism.
Yeah, why do you go early Axe on Clockwork? What are you looking to achieve for it? Is it about the spamming rocket flares to push out lanes? Is this a map play?
I'm trying to think of why he wanted it this game in particular. Because I've not seen him buy this early in any other game.
I think it's, here's my theory. Extreme Gaming, the way their lineup functions, they have to be S5. So I think splitting the map is more effective here.
Could be an idea to improve their catch. I almost think he just wants a lot of the rocket flares in the fight. Just to be able to spam them out. Get vision on these two supports, get vision on the snap. It's a little extra AoE for this Terrorblade.
I have to say, he's pretty close to his base here.
Yeah, you're not.
Forced him to use BKB.
You're not chasing there.
That
doesn't feel that good for Falcons, though. I mean, what are you accomplishing up here in terms of objectives? And you're watching your other two lanes get shoved in.
Especially since it is their Aegis timing, I guess. Telekinesis turnaround. Malrine going to be featured on the first life. Now, Extreme still need to retreat here. Unless Ame can get a Sunder on somebody. Nice call on the Doom, but they stop the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade's in trouble.
Got the
Sunder. It goes off barely. They still commit to him. He's still going to be in trouble. He's still going to die to the Doom. Maybe he can get enough damage to kill Lamar. He does.
Did get him.
Got that much. FY with the stolen remnants. He's got one out. He'll jump to it. Malrine's going to chase. There's Crit on the other side. Telekinesis running down the river. Nicely played, but FY, he doesn't really have an out here. Gives him enough time to buy out his shard, though, so he won't lose too much gold.
They're going to lose XXS, though.
That's rough.
On top of popping that initial 9-second BKB, rough fight for him. He had to try and do something to buy some time for Ame. You just only have a little bit of a window there. Getting baited by that Aegis a little bit. Ame pushing in that tier 2. Lingered a little too long. You get caught. Now you have to commit to try and salvage this situation. It ends up costing you a lot.
If I recall, he was pretty low on mana, too. It's not even like he had that much resources for his first life. It was almost like they would get nothing. If they don't get off that Sunder, then Amar doesn't die. They chase down,
for sure,
maybe even more heroes, or at least more efficiently.
It's the Clockwork causing him problems again. And the Rocket Flare slows, the catch, the cogs. You just can't escape from this hero. It's so hard to disengage against 10-man battle plan.
Yeah, would you agree that it feels like Clockwork, maybe it's Crit, but I also feel like the Clockwork is more effective against Extreme. But why would that be?
Okay, well, this is going to sound a little mean, but I think Clockwork is better against teams that don't have like 100% discipline flowing in the team fights. You know,
okay, yeah.
If you're misstepping in the team fights a little bit, like that whole fight starts with Ame just hitting a tier 2. Those kind of sequences, Clockwork takes advantage of.
Crit slowed down by his Aghanim Scepter. Might just be in range. XXS, the smoke broke, but they don't see him because it's nighttime. He managed to blink on top of him. Okay, so they do get it.
Solid. You get stolen cogs too, which is pretty big here.
And it's Steal the Wisdom, which pushes the Snapfire up to level 18.
Pretty nice. You get some tower damage too. Ame sitting here with this MKB. He takes buildings and heroes very quickly if he can connect on them.
It does feel like Extreme Gaming, their smokes are landing better and they're in better positions to take objectives afterwards.
I think it's just more straightforward for them. They smoke in, XXS is going to jump somebody, then you have follow-up stuns. It's a lot easier than that game 1. We'll see if they can catch the Ember. There's the Axe from Malrine. Could be equally as elusive this game. They have some nice tools to potentially catch them. You're going to have to execute that.
Oh, hello, Snaking.
Goodbye, Snaking.
That's a freebie.
You're not TPing out of that.
No, Ame does so much damage with a rushed MKB.
Got that gunpowder gauntlet too. Feels good.
That's crazy. He went from level 17 to level 19.
And he's quite farm now.
Stealing wisdom, or taking wisdom and then killing Undying.
He did get a lot of gold for killing Amar in that fight.
Yeah, Amar had a killing spree, right?
Yeah, it was 500 gold. So honestly, it wasn't the worst exchange for him. Looking at his position now, he's probably feeling pretty confident in this game. If he can get to... He's eyeing up Scotty. I mean, we talked about how good Scotty is here for kiting some of these heroes and just pelting into the Doom. If he can get to that plus a survival item, I want to say Lincoln's does look pretty juicy this game. He might just opt for more damage, though. Some Butterfly, Daedalus, whatever.
Yeah, what's the thought process? Lincoln's versus Lotus in this game. Because XXS, he's going to go Lotus.
I don't like Lotus as much. I think you'd rather block this Doom than reflect it.
I would also argue that Shiva's, in a way, also lets you it kind of accomplishes some of what you want, which is like that AoE hit maybe hits these heroes that maybe want to blink in or slows them down at least, which helps the TV maintain that distance anyway.
That's where XG need to decide how these fights are going to go and what they're going to try and aim for. If they want to just send their frontliners in and that's going to create space for the Terrorblade, Ame can itemize for higher DPS, and you can just buy zone control items on the side of XXS.
To say his Blink Dagger's on cooldown right now. This is going to be awkward. Hit by the hook shot, bounce back by the cogs. He has a BKB, but it's been chain stunned up and he can't get out. Too much damage is done. That is so bad. He was just slightly separated from his team. The rest of Extreme Gaming were on the other side of the river.
Maybe they get something cheeky here.
Yeah, another setup where maybe somebody walks into them for the Fiend's Grip.
There's no Doom available. That is a big opening for Ame.
They're going to go out to the Wind Ranger, see if they can call him. Snaking has to get the Tombstone saved.
No chance. He got slept.
Nightmared immediately. Really well played by X-Nova. He'll go for the kill. Still though, Maureen, he's dicing him up something fierce though. He quickly kills the Bane. Snaking lives for a little while.
Ame needs a Sunder.
Ame, Sunder. Oh, Force Staffy goes into it. Not a big Sunder though. Still at half HP. Still with no way out. He has to turn around and swing. There's no other way out. He's not going to live. He just has to try and do damage. It won't be enough for the kill though. Another Extreme Gaming fight. They choose to take it, and they still end up on the losing side. 2 for 5.
How'd that go so bad? They slept the Undying, they killed the Wind Ranger. That fight should be good at that point. There's no Doom available. You are missing Snapfire, and that's a huge portion of your follow-up DPS here. Still, it felt like it should have gone better, and it's just Ember TV slicing everybody up.
Fragile to magic damage, right?
I agree, but this is the game you picked it into. This is what I'm saying. Like, these matchups for TV aren't that great, right? Ember's always been a pretty good matchup. The Wind Ranger's a good matchup. Doom's a good matchup. He, in theory, doesn't really have any favorable core-to-core. So you're worried about a lot. And he doesn't have a defensive item. There's no Satanic, there's no BKB. Doesn't have that Scotty yet. He's still pretty fragile. Flesh Golem hitting cogs, that's pretty nice. It's Amar who gets all those kills at the end too, though.
Amar grows bigger and bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Shiva's in. He is going to go the Aghanims build. So look for that big AoE Doom. If they don't have ways to disengage, which they will, they do have Cookie. Cookie charges in particular is a really good way to get out of the AoE of Doom.
I think the damage is going to happen too fast. I think that's the issue.
I don't think you're wrong.
Even if you get out of it, Falcons can still just charge at you.
Man, because
He's really
of that
fat.
Axe Rush, he has gotten a lot of farm from the Rocket Flare spam.
He is real fat.
Maybe Crit was just feeling himself after game 1. Said, damn, I'm good. You know what? I should have more farm. I should have more items to play with. I'm too good.
He should be. I think he has looked like the best Clockwork in this tournament. The amount of work he does and how consistent it is every game. And he doesn't feed. I think a lot of Clocks where you see you have like 7, 8, 9 deaths or whatever you're creating space. He has very low death count and extremely high impact in every team fight.
With the level 15, he's got the battery assault damage. The AoE off the Aghanim Scepter is pretty good. Call goes out, and Maureen, you dodge it with a slight there.
He has Aeon Disc
Aeon
anyway.
Disc as well, so...
Might get popped if you can land some kisses.
Try to land kisses on Skeeter instead. Well, that's kisses on cooldown. Is that enough for Falcons to finish up Roshan with confidence?
Bigger spell meta. I'm gonna pop meta here.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, it's
so you're not doing anything.
I mean, Falcons are actually pushing the fight to them. Maureen, he managed to kill X-Nova right in front of XX's face. They got the jump onto the Terrorblade.
It's a disaster.
No Sunder. Yeah, this is all bad for Extreme Gaming. Hook shot stops the BKB TP away. They might just get wiped here. Maureen, are you gonna go for that last one? A blink away from X6S gets him enough distance. He will not collect on the final kill, but 4 for nothing.
Again, it's the same paradigm as game 1. You bait them in a little bit. They miss one jump. They misuse one spell. The clock is ticking on the meta. They're trying to disengage. You find an opening. There's just no organization in this team fight for XG as Falcons pick them apart. They just make it look so easy.
Don't even need to do the Roche. They can take the mid lane of Barracks and go back for it as Extreme Gaming are respawning.
I will say this Ag's Clockwork is also really nice with Doom. You get initial vision mechanisms, but if you doom somebody and then you just start laying all these rocket flares into them. You get slowed down. It helps him get another couple. You just can't escape the Doom, basically. It's obnoxious.
XXS playing a dangerous game right now. He knows the tension's definitely coming his way. He cuts the wave, farms some neutrals, blinks away.
He lost his Lotus on Courier.
Still catches him.
This game is spiraling quickly. They have triple Shivas, by the way. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I did notice that. There is more value to having multiple Shivas.
For sure.
Than previous.
Very little overlap now.
And in this game, if it's just the TV, if you just need armor, Shiva is kind of the best item for it, right?
On these spellcasters, for sure. Especially if you benefit from the AoE.
Yeah, you don't really have an AC hero, so.
Just a good item right now. Feels good on so many heroes. Another Aegis into the hands of Falcons. I'll give it to Skeeter here, who can go straight into the Daedalus and be a massive damage threat. Too many problems to solve for Extreme Gaming right now. Running out of time to solve them.
Once again, the trade-off, Roshan for Tormentor, Extreme Gaming.
Already have all 5 shards.
Weaker side of that. And don't even get the shard. That's kind of sad. Could have used it. They are so close to Scotty on Ame. Now, I don't know how much that changes. Because it kind of seems like they just man up on him and doom him and kill him. And they don't have a way to stop that. They will never potentially have a way to stop that because nobody's
Strength of the Doom picks. You can always just find your mark. You can go on the Doom if a mark gives it to you. Maybe he lags out.
That's the hope. There goes Smallreen. Spotted a support.
Yeah, look at him go.
Gets the kill.
Gets up pretty deep, but he has Aeon Disc here.
Yeah. He's going to have a chance to throw that Remnant out. And he is almost level 25 off of that kill. So all the Remnants he expended, if he got level 25, they would be back in his pocket pretty quickly.
Luke got cut. Nice play by XXS. So guarantee his Lotus Orb respawns off the Courier. They finished the Scotty for Ame. They did get to their next set of items. Can look to take a team fight when the Aegis expires here. Still 3 minutes for Falcons, however. Gives them a decent opportunity to try and find something into some more building damage.
They're on the right side of the map. Extreme Gaming likely to push out somewhere. So they smoke, sweep to the left. See who shows, and it's going to be Ame. Ame shows on the Courier.
Oh, no.
It's Doom.
Not like this.
It is exactly like this.
He can live, right?
Cover your eyes, Avery. It's all bad business here for Extreme. Quick little TP to the other side of the map. Make sure, okay, now we've taken the left side of the map. Let's re-secure the right side. Just don't let Extreme Gaming get out there. Because there is a possibility. Again, it's a Sapphire. If he can get to Sight the Vice, he's got the cookie charges. If they can get the initiation, a lot of ifs. But it is possible for Extreme to win a fight. Not without the Terrorblade, though. So that's going to be a free high ground hit. 2 lanes of barracks should be acquired here for Falcons. It's a nasty combo. These rocket flares just given the... Not only just canceling Blink Daggers, given the information for the Ember Spirit, he then can go in deep, catch those heroes before their Blink comes back up. X-Nova, spotted. Does not get him on the chains.
I think Falcons use this hero better than almost any other team I've seen. They have very good conceptual understanding of what the clockwork gives you, other than, you know, cogs are broken. Like, whatever. You can say that about any spell. They use a lot of the utility of this hero in really smart ways. Rocket flares are constantly scouting gank targets or threatening heroes on lanes. It's giving you vision initiation in the fight for your other cores, but it's not necessarily the clockwork going in himself. And then I feel when Falcons do play around this hero in the team fights, the cogs are always creating some sort of disjoint. It's splitting the fight up.
Yeah.
Where you have like half of XG in this game are on one side of the cogs, hookshot, the other half on the other half. And Falcons, they're so good at picking heroes apart, displacing them with a lot of their lineups, or bailing someone out. it's like half your team is dying and you're caged off from that half and you're just watching them die. It's really obnoxious. It's also a great hero to reinitiate. If you kite out the first half of a fight and then want to go back in, there's almost no better support at guaranteeing that you can find a catch in that situation than the Clockwork. So
Sure.
it actually really fits a lot of the things they look for. Unsurprised to see them first pick at every game that's available. This might be a hero you have to ban against this team and just let something else through that is more one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because the other issue with this type of abuse is it's very hard to come up with solutions for it. Like, you can't really itemize against Clockwork, you know? What are you buying to deal with hookshot cogs, rocket flares? It's not a hero where, oh, I'm playing against Viper, I can buy Dispels and Hurricane Pikes and stuff. It's not... Even Lone Druid, I think, in some ways, is a little easier to itemize. Is that a weird statement? I guess that statement makes no sense.
You're also kind of comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, that's why it makes no sense. But,
Nice
Ooh.
telekinesis toss up to the high ground. Unfortunately, the damage over time is still too much. Doom is, by the way, ridiculous. It's 66 damage, level 20 talent. Was that necessary?
Oh yeah, it's juicy. Always need to make sure this hero is viable.
It's too much.
20k net worth lead. What did XG get to? They got to Hex for NTS? Okay, and they got the Ags on X Nova. So there's your increase in control. They are nice control mechanisms if you can land them. A little worried about what this Ember is going to do with Aeon Disc, level 25. Double Sleight of Fist, all those remnants to work with. Very hard to nab Maureen here. He's just going in.
Look at that. Hello, X-Nova.
Got hexed.
He does get hexed.
Dota fans, it is Slacks here at EWC Media Day. That is right, we have all the teams arriving to come take their pictures, get their makeup, do some interviews. It's sure to be exciting, and we're going to walk you through each one of the teams and see what they're up to. In fact, we have some teams coming in right now. Maybe we can do a seamless transition. Looks like one of our first teams of the day is Team Liquid. Wow, look at them. Look how happy they are. I've never seen a team so happy to do Media Day. Let's go bother one of them. You guys have a lot of cameras coming your way. Hello. Hello. Good to see you, sir. Are you excited for Media Day?
Yeah, I'm like super excited.
Oh,
Especially Media Day with you is like the blessing in disguise.
Well, I'm not doing it, so have a great day without me, my friend. Blitz, are you okay? What happened?
I shattered my ankle, but
Doing what?
I fell on it and then I snapped into it, and now it's just up and in.
Okay, well,
To see it on camera?
yeah, show us. No, don't do that. That's going to freak out the audience. Sir, I'm so sorry. I would carry you to Media Day, but as you carry the hopes and dreams of the Dota community, we love you, Blitz. Feel better. Happy Media Day. Goodbye. The hardest job in esports, it's not playing. In fact, it's doing makeup for everyone that comes to EWC. These talented men and women make these gamers look presentable. For the first time out of their basements in 9 months, they are here to be on camera and look lovely. Let's go ahead and check things out. We've got our own boys here. Mr. Coach, do you get makeup? Yes. Yeah?
Can you tell?
I cannot tell. You look like you naturally woke up today. You feeling good? You looking good, bro.
Thank you. Like, I don't need makeup.
What's your routine? You moisturize?
Okay, so you need to cleanser,
Cleanser.
then you have to do toner,
Toner.
and then you have to do moisturizer.
All right.
And then you're supposed to do one more, but I don't know what it is.
Are you a mewer? Do you mew?
Like,
Yeah? You mew guy? No. Sir, you look lovely. You don't need any makeup. We got more Aurora Gaming boys coming in here. Look at this fresh. God damn. Can we get a lush shot of this? God damn. This is good. Can I shake your hand, ma'am? You did God's work on that one. Incredible work. She's very busy. Don't tell her. All right. Hello, sir. Welcome to the makeup chair. How much moisturizer are you looking for here today? A lot. A lot, he says. God damn. That's the key to beauty right there. You get in there, Mira. Thank you so much. Wow. Incredible job by all of our makeup artists here. They have to go through so many people all day. And Dota players got to be in the top 10 worst. I can say that.
Introduce yourself, young man.
I am Nikolai, BB3PX from Level Up.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
There's no way you're 23.
I am 23.
Does anybody tell you look a lot younger than 23?
Yeah, that's always happening when I'm trying to buy alcohol.
Oh, do you buy a lot of alcohol?
Not a lot, just for holidays.
Oh, just holiday. How many holidays do you celebrate?
Maybe 2 or 3 in a year.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. How are you guys feeling at this tournament?
It feels very nice. I appreciate that I came here.
That's good. And how long you been with this team?
I think 3 months together.
So you're pretty happy to be here then.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What is your favorite thing about Dota 2?
You always can do something new.
I've been watching Dota for a long time. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true, for real.
So do something new when I'm casting your team, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
And last question I've been asking everybody, I don't know why. If your team were to break out into a fist fight, okay, you fight each other physically, who would be the victor, do you think?
I think Darky will be the winner of this fight because he is crazy.
Oh, so it's it's the crazy aspect, not the strength necessarily. Okay, cool. Appreciate your time and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hustle, blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
Heartbreaking, but the eliminations will keep on going on. We're moving on to Group B, where our eliminated teams are already confirmed. L1 and Level Up just couldn't quite make the cut, Winter, as we're coming back into Dota 2 at EWC in Paris. It's gonna be a sad day. It's gonna be a rough day, especially for the Group A and Group B guys. But these guys, they've had the full day to maybe process it already. The results were already confirmed yesterday. So maybe today they can just play freely, try and take away as much as possible from it. As you keep saying, it's all about what you learn.
Yeah, it's all about what you learn what you can take away, what you can take home,
Yes.
and learn as a team and improve. If you stay together, you know?
Yes.
You have to stay together.
That's the tricky part, right? I feel like you see teams like Poor Rangers, you can tell that just from the way they interact with each other, the vibes are good, right? The guys clearly get along, but maybe the Dota's not quite at a level yet. But of course, when you're in stacks like that, you don't really know what's next. Like a small offer could come your way. Maybe you get to play with a player you've always wanted to play with. You step away, and then a lot of what you've built here comes crumbling apart. That's kind of where you need to take away as individual players as well. However much you can, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. L1 team versus Level Up. Coming up is our match. Now, Level Up, we've been following their story since the start, much like Rune Eaters. They've been mainstays here on the C stream, and to be honest, can kind of understand it, right? Like Level Up, they're just not really at the same power level as everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, they're lacking a lot of, like, in terms of macro play and the laning phase. Hero, I think especially for Level Up, it's the hero pool. You know, they don't have the hero pool. A lot of the good heroes, yeah, they can't play it. They don't pick it.
Yeah.
So I would just assume they can't play it.
Yeah, because why else would you not be picking the meta heroes? It's like, it's just a flat out limitation, and I keep coming back to this because I feel like it's such a damning description of this team. Like, I would never be able to say this myself, but then obviously I can rely on Mira to say it in an interview. You're just playing like you're playing with pubs. You know, the way you're just picking comfort heroes. You're not really thinking about like how to construct these moves in a convincing way. And then on the flip side, you have L1 team who also have qualified to TI. So even though they're eliminated here, it's not just oh, you know, we're going to play free, we're going to be chill. You still want to try and learn as much as possible from every series, especially since you didn't get to win any so far. You want to at least put something on the board on your way out, right? There's a certain level of pride, maybe just kind of feeling out your own power level in relation to even your regional counterparts in Level Up.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn, you know, from the better teams. I think when I was able to catch some of their games, I felt like they just didn't really know, like, again, like the macro play, you know, they're not like a terrible team, but it's just in terms of macro play, like what Copy mentioned, it's just you need to identify who's going to be playing with who, like which hero is going to go where, and the ability to use gates, how are you using your gates, and the importance of lane wards, like where are you placing your vision. Like vision is something that I feel like is going to change a lot of your decision making. If you see certain information on the map, you're going to make a different decision. But if you don't see that, you can't make that decision. So the wards on the lanes, very, very crucial. And because the map is so big, it's very difficult to de-ward. So you see some teams like, who was it, that buys an early gem? It's P-Time.
P-Time.
Yeah, P-Time, they buy an early gem. Like even pre-20 minutes, not many teams do that.
Yeah.
Because it's important that you remove all the deep lane wards. There's just too many spots. You cannot really guess where the wards are going to be. So you just need a gem to remove them.
Yeah, absolutely. But with this long laundry list of macro things, you're talking about things that cascade into each other, right? Vision, the control. For us, on the surface level, we see very basic things. Like, we're looking at a team, we're like, why aren't you making this decision? Why aren't you doing this? But so much thought goes into one small thing, even pushing out the wave, like Copy was saying. You know, you might be watching the game, you're like thinking, oh, you know, why isn't he going there? They're thinking about setting up vision in front, having a group behind him, this whole concept, perpetrating it throughout the entire game. And then that's just one part of it. Then you're talking about the team fights, then you're talking about the item timings, then you're talking about combining together, where you position on the map. It is so much to work through, is the main problem, right? And the thing for Level Up is, I'm not sure how much they were able to take away from their games, because in comparison to a team like Rune Eaters, it feels like day to day, I didn't necessarily sense a major change. You know, I didn't really feel like they lost this way on game one, and now they've turned things around. Or at least now they've improved on this aspect. I'm not sure about you though.
Yeah, it's hard, you know, it's difficult. There's so many aspects in the game right now. There's just too many things you need to learn, you need to pay attention to. When you are looking at the replay, you have to look at the replay from a different amount. Like, you can watch the replay, but you need to look from a different
angle, right?
Yeah, different angle, different point of view. Your opponents, your teammates, not just yourself, you know, to understand what are the best course of action given the situation. Because also the fact that the communication impacts the decision making a lot. I don't think we've been able to touch that topic a lot. We've been mentioning the wards and we've been mentioning like the plays, but the communication is going to play a huge part in your players deciding what to do. So who is supposed to be talking at what moment?
Who takes the responsibility in
who
the
takes
shot
the
calling?
responsibility, and how are you talking? If you take too long to to tell your teammate something, it's going to be somebody dying on your side. So you need to keep the comms short, concise, and the right people needs to be talking, and there should be no negative communication.
Yeah, that basically, you never want to say words that are not necessary to the information you're trying to portray,
It
right?
needs to be efficient, so the comms need to be clean up. I think a huge part of team play is the comms. I want to say maybe 50%.
50%?
Yeah, I think half of the team play is the comms. If you do not talk in the right way, if you do not portray a message or send the message in the right way, it's just going to make the whole team play very, very difficult. Remember the game yesterday? I mean, the draft already started, but just quickly about the game yesterday, where we were questioning why is Malik dooming? Like, it was very strange, right? So the puck was coming and Malik was just dooming the enemy carry.
Like on
and it looks
reflex.
strange, but that could just be
A
his
comms
puck
thing.
telling him I'm coming, but he's not telling him I need 5 seconds to be there.
Yeah.
Something small like this would help the Doom understand, oh, I cannot Doom now. I need to wait a little bit. Because if you say I'm coming, oh, so I Doom?
Yeah.
Like, if you're saying you're on the way, so what? Am I supposed to throw my spell or what? So there's a lot of communications that could avoid the complications in the game. You know, if the right way of communicating, very, very important. So this game, so we're gonna see the Undying come up, like first pick Undying, and the Techie's gonna pop up. We see a couple of teams. I think it was Level Up. You know, in the previous series, they used Techies as a solution to the Undying, because you get to kite him out. You have the taser, you have the disarm, you can slow him.
Yeah.
But again, like, not many teams are utilizing this hero. This hero doesn't feel like a very top tier position for hero, because we keep mentioning you need to have setup on your supports, because you're playing a big map.
Right.
Whenever your supports move around, if they don't have a stun, how are you supposed to kill the guy that shows up on the lane?
Yeah, Techi's kind of more of a follow-up and anti-setup
and
hero, right? Because you
also-
put the mines out and you spot out people trying to set up on
And
you.
he's also very greedy, because he takes. You're gonna farm. You're gonna farm a lot on this hero.
Yeah, you gonna collect that money, baby.
You're gonna collect a lot of gold on a lot of lane creeps. You're taking the jungle farm.
I will say that Techies, the one thing I noticed about this hero is on the pause 4, it still contributes a lot in terms of damage dealt. That might be a Zeus situation, but I also think that he can provide so much. Like, if you give him the time in the team fights, he can kill
but
everybody.
It's not about providing a lot or less. It's about providing the right things your team need. If your team does not need you to give damage, then why? You know, why are you playing this hero?
Yeah,
because I think if you look at the patch, the meta, the heroes that are good on the core heroes, a lot of them are just damage dealers, like the Snap, the Drow, the Shadow Fiend, the Puck. These are all damage heroes. Like on the offlane, even the offlane, a lot of it are just damage heroes because they are the Helm heroes. Either you're playing the Helm heroes or you're playing the Dagger heroes, which I think most of the time is the Helm heroes. So as a support in this current ecosystem, what do you need, to give your team? I would say the setup. The setup is the one that's lacking the most. The setup comes from the mid hero or the support heroes, And I think you have to just kind of find a balance to craft a draft that ticks the boxes. If you don't have that, then you're gonna run into a lot of trouble. In a lot of the level up games, I just felt like they didn't play well, yes, but at the same time, they were not really given a lot of tools to work with the setup of the draft. They would just pick double range supports like Hoodwink. Like, it's not about range melee, but it's about the role.
Yeah.
Like, you could be a range hero, but you could be a frontline, you could be playing the front lines tanking spells. So that's not
This is interesting. Axe into Undying.
They are thinking that Undying needs to be paired with a range hero, so they're picking Axe.
Like, they're preemptively
Yeah, but the
trying
problem
to...
is Axe is absolutely terrible against Undying because he has a save later and he's very good against you in the lane.
Yeah.
The decay spam.
I can't imagine. It's kind of like you just give them what they want and they're going to pick the draw anyway, along with a Bane. So maybe switching things up. Perhaps this could be a pause 4 Undying? Question mark?
Pause 4 Bane, maybe?
Okay. Do you have a preference? I feel like you want to...
Bane. Probably Bane on pause 4. Probably.
Okay. The Undying Drow Ranger pairing...
Not as strong. I mean, the Bane and Drow Ranger is not as strong.
Okay, yeah.
Undying...
Maybe you want something like Bane SF and then Drow Ranger Undying. Right? Like that. Would that be
it's
the...
not just that. I think Bane is just more suited as a position 4. You're running around. You're not... I think you're more... You can be the Undying role, sit and baby the carry, you coddle him. But
you can also run around, set up and mesh
Undying is not the best hero running around. Only one person does it, Schofield.
Yeah.
He's the only person that runs around with this hero.
I don't know how he does it. The magician from P-Time. Let's see. Some bans coming out through the mid lane. Puck and Invoker removed at this juncture, so they're a bit worried they lack the lockdown for perhaps Mirage Puck coming through. Mirage also an Invoker specialist. There comes the Dark Willow. So
the front line.
Okay, yeah. So you've mentioned to me before that Dark Willow is very much a fake ranged support, more of a melee hero disguised as a ranged support because you want to get up close and personal and do damage. Is getting up close to an Undying really what you want to do? Because
you
in
need to
the
get
Tombstone.
close to the Drow.
Okay, wrong guy. Sorry.
Wrong guy.
Drow Ranger. Yes, that's who I'm focusing down. So now we got a lot of damage to tag him out with the Axe's initial call. You got follow-up with the Blast Off and the Bramble. It just feels like a lot of gunk for this Drow to get through.
She needs bodyguards, you know. Like she's gonna have like a couple more bodyguards. Like we saw a lot of games that this Drow Ranger hero, if you do not have enough, like sometimes 1 or 2 is not enough. You need more. So the more, I think the more the better. You can protect Drow in the formation, like the diamond formation. Drow is always constantly in the middle. That would be the most ideal situation.
Sorry, for those who didn't study the art of war, what is the diamond formation?
Just diamond formation, just
okay,
diamond.
who's supposed to, why is the Drow in the middle? Wouldn't you want the Drow to be all the way at the back?
No, not at the back, because you could be backstabbed. So you never want the Drow to be fully behind.
Okay,
you.
so you need a back scout to make sure
you need to have somebody behind, like the save hero, like the SD, Ringmaster,
okay.
and then your tanks in front, you know. So you have to clearly identify that the safest place in the formation is the middle. It's not the back, it's not the side, but it's the middle.
Right, because you could get stabbed from any angle.
Yeah.
Especially with an Ember Spirit in the mix as well.
As a Drow, it's the middle. As maybe like a Viper is in front, you know. So it's different, like based on your hero. So right now their formation, because they have Viper and Drow, they have a front. Like Viper is again, you know, he's a ranged hero, but he stands in front, and Drow stands in the middle.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like this Viper is picked less to fulfill that diamond formation that you mentioned and more to crush this Ember, right? So we've said about it in the past before that we feel like the Drow needs specific heroes to back her up. You have the 2 supports doing that, but sometimes when the cores don't really complement that idea, that's where the Drow can look a bit weak. Do you agree with this Viper pick here from L1?
It's okay. They don't really need... I mean, they need more stuns, but the Viper doesn't provide stuns. But the Viper is going to win the lane, you know, like punish the lane. Like Ember is a
But is winning the lane enough, right? That's the question we keep
asking.
asking.
It depends on how much you're winning the lane. If you're telling me 60-40, maybe no. Yeah. But if you win it 80-20, yeah, it's worth it, you know.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Again, every question really depends on the situation, the result. There's a lot of factors that are involved into saying that whether this is the right or wrong move. Anything could change. Every game is different.
Yeah. That's fair. And what does this game start looking like for you? Do you feel like Level Up have the advantage going to the last pick where they are missing a carry? Or are you feeling more L1 where they've set themselves up with a Viper that's likely going mid, but there's also a chance it could go off lane?
I think L1's lineup is just more, I think, robust and solid. They have a very clear way of playing, whereas Level Up, again, you know, every game they drop is just the same way, you know.
Yeah.
It's very unstable, a lot could go wrong. They're just playing the heroes that they want to play, they like to play, comfort heroes, and just not really regarding whether it's good, you know, for the game, you know. And the draft sequence, I'm not really like a very big fan of like the draft sequence, you know. Maybe because they don't really have a lot of like flex heroes, so they can't really
set the plan up like that.
Yeah,
right?
so they're always going to get countered in the lane.
Sure. Well, Level Up, maybe in my very, very noob Dota 2 mind, I'm looking at Ember, Dark Willow, Axe, and Techies. I feel like they can skirmish endlessly. That seems to be the idea that they're going for. They want to apply pressure, run at L1. Is that not a good idea? What makes you say it's like unstable and things could go wrong?
Just to look good, you know, in the lane. It's not very good in the lane. Like who's supposed to... Like, it just doesn't really feel like they're gonna provide you with a stable laning phase. And I think when you fight at the runes, I don't know. I think like you're up against a Bane, and I guess it's also not fair to compare that because Bane and Undying, they are very, very strong level 1 heroes. They're gonna win the rune fights, and you have an Ember Spirit, which is gonna be counter picked. You know, of course they don't know the Viper was coming, or maybe they suspected it might come. But you're picking a hero blind, and you do not have the supports to help you get the runes. Because if you're not winning your lane, you're relying on runes. So you need the supports to be able to fight the runes. And if you don't have the supports to fight the runes, then what is your game as Ember? You have no game. Yeah, yesterday, the Ember game we saw, the Ember, sure, he suffered in the lane, but he was able to pick up runes. And then he was able to play the map, like help the lanes. So there's a lot of variables that could change the matchup.
I hear you. Is there anything that Level Up can do in this last pick to change the variable of this seemingly rough Viper?
I mean, they can try to pick a win or something to fight, but that's not going to be enough, in my opinion. Now there's this And this ball is just insane. Beast, I don't know how all of these heroes ended up in the same team. You know, Drow, Undying, Beast, you know, they're all in the same team.
Spooky business. Yeah, I mean,
now you need to pick an anti-Zoo hero because your heroes are bad against Zoo most of the time. The Dark Willow attack. I mean, it's not the worst. But
yeah. Okay, Alchemist. Maybe this could be the difference maker, right?
Yeah,
Alchemist can ramp up the game really quick, get items that are great into the Drow. The Death Ball tries to run into him. He's got a team to fight around him. I don't mind it. It's a good body. I mean, we did see Alchemist succeed in the hands of Nigma Galaxy. That is a entirely different team, caliber-wise. But I don't actually mind. I think this Alchemist, I won't say saved the draft, but it now looks a bit more cohesive.
It gives them a purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick overall given the situation. It looked like it was difficult to pick the last hero, but the Elk gave them an answer against the Helm. It's a pretty good lane with the supports. You need a stun, a frontline hero. He can help. You can give I don't know if you're going to give the Ember right away, the Axe. I think Elk has already moved away from that playstyle. But at the same time, you could, you know, I think if there was a game that I would advise the Elk to give Aghanims to your team, it might be this game for the Ember, because Ember's going to be behind. He needs some help, and the Elk can help him out.
But wouldn't that be kind of playing off your losing member? Because you've always told me before, if you have someone who you know is going to struggle, you should go to the guy who's strong.
That is playing on the map. This is different. This is feeding out Aghanims, you know. It's an entirely different thing. You cannot compare chicken and ducks, or maybe you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to figure out, because I feel like if the Ember doesn't have a good early start, and then you, like, let's say he's behind on net worth, right? He's like poor. And then you give him an Aghanims, that just bumps him up to like regular territory. He's not necessarily stronger. And then you're sacrificing the Elk's game as well.
It's important for him to have a game on the Ember, because the Ember is their catch.
Sure.
They don't have catch on the supports. It's the Dark Willow and Takis. You have Elk stun. That's the only thing. He's the only stun.
Yeah. And the X call, I guess.
Yeah, I guess the X call.
Yeah. So and the blaster. I mean, honestly, if you manage to land one of the stuns, it stands to reason that you might be able to land the others, right? Because you X call into the blast off, into the terrorize. I can see it happening. It's just a bit tricky to put together. Here we go. It's game number 1 of this series. Level Up versus L1. Both teams already eliminated. Even with Zayak coming in to stand in for Seyuj, it's just... It haven't really looked quite as solid. We didn't talk about the stand-in effect yet, right? L1, they're not playing with their full roster. And as much as Zayak is a great stand-in...
Axe misjudged.
Just not really cutting it for them. Just sorting out some technical difficulties. Okay, so Viper, Drow, Beastmaster in the same damn team, bro. Along with an Undying. Sheesh. I don't know how you're gonna deal against that one. But at least now you have Alchemist Acid Spray that can clear away some of the Beastmaster creeps. That's something.
Yeah, it's very important for them to address the Helm hero. Like the Beastmaster is going to be creating a lot of pressure for the Drow to farm. So, but again, you know, in the early game there'll be 2 problems. The Viper is going to crush his lane. The Beast, you need to shut the Beast down because you can't let him run over the Elk lane. So there's also a very annoying safe lane. Like the Drow Undying, he's going to win his lane. So I mean, I think it's going to be really difficult, you know, for level up in the initial stages. There's so many things. There's a lot of things that need to, they need to sort out. You know, if they can actually just sort it out one at a time and get runes, I don't think you're going to change the mid matchup that much. The Viper's going to win his lane, so you have to make sure that you stabilize the side lanes so you can allow the Ember to get back into the game by rotating to the side lanes. Because if the side lanes also don't do well, then what is the Ember supposed to go, you know, supposed to do this game?
All right. Page 1 of the Ember Spirit recovery plan, because he will have his butt handed to him by this Viper. We already see the pressure building up. Taking a very aggressive stance is the Viper, just auto-attacking away. Classic Viper gameplay. Step 1. Try and see whether you can help him get the runes. Step 2. Play on the side lanes, help him get back in. Step 3, Aghanims donation so he's back on par and he can continue being the catch for the team.
donation.
Did I miss anything?
You know, he gets something, he has some interest.
All right, it's a donation when he's poor.
It's not a donation, it's an investment.
It's a painful one. It's a painful one for his own game. And I don't know, I feel like L1, most of the time when you make an investment, you need to wait for a little bit before it pays off. I don't think L1 will let them wait for it to pay off. I think L1 will be barking at their doorstep with this timing lineup. The death ball is strong with this one. Incrad 4 CS at the moment. Continuing to take the harass. I feel like every Ember Spirit has to take this mandatory training. You know, play against a Viper or a Huskar. You have to learn that
matchup. He
matchup.
bought boots first.
Yeah. I mean, no choice, right?
He's played the matchup.
I mean, I'm sure he's played the matchup. Whether he can actually survive it is another story.
All I'm just trying to say is his experience in the matchup.
Okay. It'd be funny if you say he's experienced in the matchup, then we look up his stats and he's just lost every single time he's played.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's not experienced
Sure,
with the matchup.
yeah.
He's played the matchup a couple of times.
Yeah, he's experienced in being bad
He's
at
gonna
it.
drag the wave here. This is... the Viper blocks him out. If he gets the drag there, his lane is salvage.
Yeah. But good vigilance there from Mirage, not allowing that to happen.
And this draw is... I mean, the draw is not completely like zoning the axe out, but over time it's going to get worse and worse, because against this type of draw lineups, in the laning phase, he always just gets this long range harass on you. So eventually you'll run out of regen, and then eventually you won't be able to stand in the lane.
Yeah. Do you switch up your build as the axe to accommodate for this? Do you want to go for something like a Ring of Health, or is it just all eyes on the phase boost, Blade Mail, ASAP?
I mean, it depends on the game. If you can get the wave card, you farm behind, then you can get your items,
Sure.
I mean, so far we've seen two approaches. We've seen, I think at least for me, I don't know if you've seen the games where some axes, they go like the phase boots and run at them and try and pressure. Some just go for the blade mail, just cut waves,
Yeah.
Pump Vanguard.
I guess it depends on whether you can pressure them or not.
Overall, it's based on your style as a player and based on your judgment, what can you do in this game. And here, in this game, Ember is just he's being sent to jungle, At least he doesn't have the 1-1-1. Yesterday, the Ember we saw had 1-1-1 at level 3 against Viper.
Yeah, it was
I have no idea why, and he couldn't jungle, and now at least Darknia can just jungle right now.
That might literally have been the copy Ember versus a Viper. I'm not entirely... just have to refresh my memory here, but... L1? At the risk of losing respect here... Not my respect, but their respect. Queasy will get returned upon, so Snowy able to clean this one up. Almost... Oh, he got the neutral creep deny! That's cheeky! Nicely done.
Yeah, not bad at all. Taking away some of the gold from Draw. And bot lane, the Elf is doing well against the Beast.
Wow. Alright. So the side lane's going well for level up despite the Ember Spirit suffering. That's a good sign. That's what you need.
Yep, this is gonna create areas that the Ember can gank. So this is very good news.
That's perfect.
Who does he want to gank first? I think
Probably
ideally
the Drow,
Drow.
right? It's gotta be the Drow.
Drow. You want to shut the Drow down, but at the same time, Beast is also a hero that you want to shut down. Like, he's a very snowball-based hero. He wants to get a good start, get his helm on a very good timing, and then run at your towers, So
I mean, I guess it's the difference between what the side laners are saying, right? Because Woe and Hatred already have taken those first steps in taking down the Beast. Whereas you think about Snowy in the top side, the Drow has yet to be pressured just yet. Sure, you've killed Respect, but an Undying always going to be happy to give up the life for his carry. Hits up TP there from the Axe to get away from the Tombstone committed.
That's a pretty good move, forcing the Axe back.
Yeah.
Zayak?
He's got himself a little bit of a pick here. I think he'll find the Ember Spirit. That is painful stuff. And he can clean up some of the remaining creeps in this stack as well. This is a big deal.
That is very painful. I can feel it from here.
Yeah. I can smell the disappointment almost. Oh, Zayak, that's a great play. I mean, even though they are eliminated, you talk about people who are experienced. Zayak, he's been on the TI stage in the grand finals. One of the players that seems to be a frequent stand-in. Oh, that is so smart. He stuck around. He knew that Ember would come back here, sleeps him, gets the full D-Ward, and would you look at that? Aincrad, he's getting body blocked up. Zayak, what a setup there. Gonna Viper Strike dodged away. Nice slide there, will preserve his life. Aincrad hangs on, but this is misery for him right now.
Yeah, he needed to tell his supports to come closer so he could actually D-Ward there. That is... At the same time, maybe he just didn't expect the Bane to stay around. So that was a very, very good play by Zayak.
That was sick from the Bane.
A true Bane specialist.
Yeah, this guy's disgusting. That's what I'm saying. Catapult timing, Tombstone down. Not something that Level Up can really try to fend off unless they bring the numbers. Queasy Hatred reporting for duty, but someone needs to deal with the Tomb. The problem is Mirage doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, so they can just auto-attack it down because he can't tank the tower. They even glyph to try and preserve it for that much longer, but Catapult's gonna fall. The pressure will subside at least momentarily. 3 heroes in the mid lane means that no one is on the Shrine of Wisdom. Mirage has walked up, trying to get some poison attacks off. Actually has the Viper Strike. Has to watch himself. High ground vision, nicely.
Oh, very nice.
Last moment, Aincrad, a slide though! And again, another situation when Ember gets a kill on the Viper because the Viper is getting a bit too antsy with it. Now a double kill for Aincrad. This is what we're talking about. Level Up. It might be their last game here on the stage, but they came to play.
That was a huge, huge blow to the Viper. Like, they got a little too antsy. I think after the pressure, again, you know, these are things that I always like to tell you. The tier 2 teams, they're not very good at understanding, okay, our pressure point is done, it's over. It doesn't feel good to do that, to go back, you know, but you have to accept that it's over and you have to back off, and it's a very difficult thing to learn, you know, in the game. Yeah, because whenever you're strong, you just don't want to go back.
Yeah, you want to keep exerting your dominance, but you gotta understand that Catapult's dead, you're 300 HP, your support team got resources, it's not gonna work out. And for a hero like Viper that really relies on getting that 80-20 differential like you said, that's gonna sting.
Viper looks like he might be able to find a hero here. No, Axe just backs off. He has a ward there, so he's gonna know that the Viper's coming in.
Can't catch him though. Phase boots a bit too quick.
A lot of time wasted. Space.
Yeah. I mean, L1 are kind of just starting to now run around on moves that don't really find success. Oh, Baby 3-Pack starting to farm back up. This might work though.
I mean, I don't think he can kill this hero.
Set up in the sleep. No TP away, trying to escape. Okay, the Blood Grenade and the Tombstone to farm the triangle. That's more like what we're talking about.
Yeah, the stacks actually matter a lot more than the kill there. The stacks, the double stacks on both camps. Having control over the triangle, this is a very big blow to the level up economy. And Drow is really happy. Drow is having like a free game here. Like the moment you can connect to the triangle, the Drow can feel very, very comfortable pushing the tower because he knows that he has heroes nearby. And Elk is the only one kind of having like a really good game.
Yeah, he's farming up a Storm. Closer towards that. And 1k net worth from the Drow. Is that enough for the Alchemist?
Define enough.
I don't know, like, because right now there are some...
It will never be enough.
There are some parts of the level up lineup that are not really delivering, but we're saying, okay, at least Elk's having a good game, right? But then...
But the Elk doesn't carry this game, like, mind you. Like, he can have a good game, but he doesn't carry the game.
So is it like the Ember that has to do it, you reckon? Because if the Elk ain't carrying the game, I don't see any other carry. Zayek's gonna get focused down. Ashley Shield, Brain Sap, trying to stay alive. Even the Soul Rip, they're doing everything they can to get the Bane on out of here. Even that Viper Strike. Didn't dodge the projectile though, that was awkward there. And Aincrad's gonna run out of mana completely. And another Catapult Wave, so more pressure coming up. You don't have mana on your Ember, you've used your spells on the Willow. Mirage, again, he's trying his best to tank up for the Catapult, but I don't think he can actually afford to stick around here. Tombstone comes down. Can't really afford to commit. You still got a Soul Rip to try and preserve it, or maybe just deny. No. Gold goes over to Queasy.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't think any one of the heroes, back to your question, is nobody can carry the game. That's why the
that's why you don't like the draft.
That's why I don't like the draft, because I mean, sure, you can count some axe, you know. There's a tombstone save, there's nightmare. I don't think any one of their cores are equipped to be able to carry the game.
Yeah, I hear you.
You can hope for the best with the elk, but like you hit a certain timing, like Radiance, Dagger, BKB. You need to kill the draft so many times, snowball the game. But at the same time, there's just like three spells that would slow you down through BKB. The Grip, the Raw, Viper Strike, and there's a Tombstone save. There's a lot of uncertainties, you know, because you need to shut the draw down, you need to kill the draw in the fights, but you don't really have the right heroes, or you don't really have the heroes to deal with the saves, you know, coming out from the Bane and dying. It's hard, you know, and you're not snowballing because just based on the lane matchup, you're gonna have a hard time in the initial stages. So I don't think they were set up for success.
Yeah.
Even with the elk last pick, you know, I liked it, but it's just too many holes to plug.
True. Unfortunately, this is the ship that they're riding now, and they're gonna have to make it work one way or another. 4 series losses for Level Up already, while Liga were able to at least put some games on the board, put some maps on the board. Haven't looked at this man on our screen just yet, Corrupted, the Beastmaster, entering the game now with his Helm Dom. Should be a dead tower, and the map's going to start to shrink a little bit on this bot side for Level Up. Mid lane, trying to make the goal onto Mirage again. Viper in some trouble, hiding away to the side, kiting away from Baby 3 packs. They try for the dunk, they don't quite get the connection, but they still find the kill. The question is whether Baby 3 packs can get out. Absolutely not. Corrupted comes through, roars his counterpart, and gets them the kill. I don't think that was worth it for Level Up.
No, for sure no.
Even with the out farming.
I don't think so, because Elk is not going to carry the game. I mean, it's okay. It's not like a total loss.
Yeah.
But it's not something that we will feel very, very good. The tower seems like it's going to go down. Elk is going to try to defend the tower here.
They got the steep, they got the disarm. Bombs are going to blow. Aincrowd gets a kill. Nice little setup there. Woe walking on over, using his body.
Yeah, this is what the Elk needs to do. Like, Woe needs to come over and help his team, because he knows that he can't carry this game alone with the Elk. So he needs to help his teammates get a game, especially the Ember. I think Ember is actually a hero that if he gets a good enough start, he's already gotten like a pretty bad start. But if he gets like some sort of help to recover, and then he gets the Aghanims, I don't know when the Elk is going to be able to give him the Axe. But I can see them having some sort of like Axe, Ember timing. Maybe they can actually create something out of nothing to maybe contest a fight in the Roche Pit, just try to turn things around. Because if the game goes like as per usual, you're getting items on the Elk. I don't see how the Elk is going to be able to carry the game. It's very, very difficult because of the heroes and the composition.
Yeah.
So he has to play for the other heroes. I think the Axe, the Ember, those are the heroes that can actually do a lot in the team fights.
It's funny that you mention, or at least the whole vibe of how you're talking about Level Up is that, you know, they are kind of on the back foot because of the draft. You know, you're not really sure what the prospects are for them. But for some reason, win probability is on their side. They don't really have a substantial gold lead despite having the Alchemist. But for some reason, Gaben still thinks they got this. They're mopping up some of these towers, right? Cleaning up the objectives on the map. They're pretty strong right now. Low cooldowns, can always fight, and the Techies is starting to mine aggressively. So taking these areas away from L1. Queasy's gonna find a stray Bane. Sneaky, sneaky. Got vision on the rune, and they knew that he was on his way, so the setup was easy for Queasy.
No. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be nighttime soon. Roche is gonna be in the bot pit. Beastmaster has the helm. So L1 is gonna be looking for the Roche in the next couple of minutes. I would say ideally the next 2 minutes, and Level Up, they need to be thinking about contesting. You know, they can't give this Roche out for free. They have the Vessel down on the Ember Spirit, Radiance plus Dagger, so this is a mini timing for them. If they could kill off an important not the Undying.
Yeah, that's not great. Does he have the Caesar's Dirge?
Okay, what can you do?
Okay, no, he doesn't. It's all good.
I was thinking maybe they should have just ran into the triangle. The triangle would have a higher I think, higher chance that they would run into like a core.
They were trying, right? They were on the path for it. They just got intercepted a
Yeah,
little
but
bit.
I think their smoke didn't break, and they could have just ignored him. And this is also something you have to learn in the game. You have to ignore certain things. It doesn't mean you see a hero, you have to jump that hero.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because the Ember smoke broke, so he thought he should just start the fight. But still, L1 able to come through, kill Queasy, slowly but surely. Is Queasy killing them? Whoa. All right. Well, Queasy will go down. Nicely done. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. I feel like L1 are just in control. Meanwhile, Woe able to... Was that a solo kill on Mirage?
No. He had the Ember.
Okay, Ember just backed up into a Remnant. Yeah, you're right. So that's the Blink Dagger reveal for the Alchemist. I mean, he's doing a really good job keeping his team's tempo up. Like, he's being involved. He's trying showing up to the defenses that matter, like the mid defense. I like the way the Woe is playing this game so far. Oh, immediate grip. Wait, what? How could he do that? Did he cancel it? He must have cancelled it.
No, he didn't cancel it because he clicked there's a delay of the Shadow Realm, and he just slipped in the realm after the grip was casted.
Huh. Okay.
It's like a small little delay. If you play Dark Riddle, you know, like it's not an instant. You don't instantly go into the invulnerable state.
Right.
Not invulnerable,
okay.
but untargetable state.
I can't believe that like the delay was long enough for the Fiend's grip to go off for like half a second.
Oh, Snow, this is a big one.
Snowy is going to get melted here.
Oh, that's a big one. That's
is tough.
the kill that they were looking for the past couple of minutes.
And it wasn't even hard for them to get, right? They just walk up to the top side where she's obviously farming. Feels like L1 were not ready for that at all. Cute try on the sleep. Zayak tries to get himself over to the other side, but there are enemy heroes all around. So back and forth we go. 3k gold lead now for the side of the Alchemist. But on the other side, on the Dire, they have that Helm of the Overlord complete. So I think some of the map movement will be a bit tougher for them to make. At least on the side of level up, because your waves are on paper gonna start getting pushed through. Well, not if your Black Dragon just gets killed off like that. Raw out, Axe, it was just a bait, pulling him towards the heroes, and now he's gonna get left behind. Okay, well, Baby 3 Packs falls for the trap. Sure, they find the tier 1 tower, but they lose their Axe for it. Meanwhile, Viper Strike coming through onto the Ember. They need a bit of vision. Can't see him. Mines being set up. This is pretty nice. Viper saved by the sleep, but now he's in deep. Now the Viper is dead. And Mirage, he's not really been the most careful with this hero. Found himself on the receiving end of some blades and some burns earlier.
Yeah, playing too overly aggressive, you know, always constantly putting himself in the line of fire. I mean, I understand that we were talking about Viper being the front line here, but not like this, you know.
Yeah, not to this extent where you're just kind of dying without your team being able to receive anything in return.
They're gonna need force staffs, you know, to save heroes later down. And supports have to buy force to kite. They're gonna need a lot of like items to keep the Viper alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, L1 definitely is hitting a rough patch in the game. This is a time where they need to talk about their priorities. Are they going to be able to contest the Tom or take Roche? You know, this is going to be a next important question here coming up for both sides. If Level Up can somehow claim both of the objectives, it's going to put them in a very commanding position in this game. And this is the time to talk about it. You can't talk about it just 30 seconds before it happens. I think 1.5 minutes ago, like 2 minutes, you need to be planning. Okay, Roche is going to be top. There's going to be a Tom. Are we going to contest one and give up the other one? Or which is more important to contest? Conversations need to already be begun.
Lines are being drawn towards the mid lane instead though. Less about the Tormentor, more about maybe trying to take some sort of a fight. The hero slipping in and out of vision on the level up side. I mean, sure, maybe L1 are aware, especially with the ward in place. They know that some sort of move is happening. But the Roshan managing to get snuck away by L1. We didn't even see that. The scan comes through.
That's Undying for you, Mike.
Undying, Beastmaster, the Viper, Poison attack stacking up as well. Nice little reset there for L1. And now, with the Aegis in tow, it's going to be a lot harder for a level up to convincingly fight around the Tormentor. You always like to say this.
They have some time to do it, Mike, because L1 needs to go back and regen. They have to reset. Maybe they're going to have some time to do the Tormentor. But L1 is just rushing. They're keeping heroes. They're bringing everyone back right away.
Viper has the Mirage. He does have the Aegis, but Zayak is here to save him. Force staff away. Nice terrorize. This is a good formation. Techie's blast off comes flying through. Zayak still surviving, and now you've overcommitted on level up. These heroes in L1 are way too low, but no one's around to finish him off.
That is very, very bad news for the Elk. I can't believe they chose to go on the Viper with Aegis. Was that the right call there?
I mean, they thought they could burst him down, but...
But surely not. Even if they killed the Viper, he has Aegis. Then what? You're getting jumped by the Beast Roar. Drow is right-clicking you with the
You're getting grip.
There's going to be a grip from the Bane, you know? That's just...
Oh, Axe call. Who is he calling? Baby 3 packs, what are we doing? What was that?
He was trying to call the Drow. I guess he was ready to trade his life for the Drow.
He traded, less of a trade, more of a donation. This one's a real donation.
Yeah, this is indeed a donation, right? You are spot on.
Very charitable.
It's one of
Baby
those,
3 packs.
It is one of those moments where he just felt like, the last fight went poorly. So he just...
Let me try and salvage something.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a 50-50 play work.
A 50-50 and
it doesn't matter
for,
what happens there, you know. Like if he kills the Drow, he was never gonna say he kills him. He was never gonna be able to walk out of there alive.
Or maybe he values the Drow's life significantly higher than his own.
Yeah, sure. Maybe.
I would agree. I mean, killing the Drow is very important, especially since she's barely been touched this game. But you can see the idea from L1, and they are executing it pretty splendidly. Right? They're keeping a formation. They have a whole firing squad parameter set up. So it's very hard for level up to really jump in. They're still trying to commit onto Corrupted. Where's the save? The Tombstone is there.
Entombed.
Coming back out. He doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Will try and throw the Raw out, but the rest of his team too far away to help. Techie's mines will blow him up. But look at Mirage on the sidelines, ready to rumble. Needs to cancel the blink though. Baby 3 pack should have it up in 2 seconds. Will retreat back towards the safety of his base with those phase boots.
Yeah, that was a good attempt there from Undying to save him. I mean, right now it's all about like trying to close out the map to siege, you know. Whereas for level up, the Elk is, I think he's at a point of the game where I think this is his strongest point of the game. He has the blink, he has the radiance, he has the BKB. He is going to be like a force in the team fight. Actually, no, he doesn't have a BKB. He went for Demanta. So he wants to play more for the long run, pushing the lanes and trying to just scale and farm more. Because the BKB doesn't give him a lot of value against the grip, the Roar, the Viper Strike. But you get a sense of feeling if you are just farming on the Elk and nothing is going on, the Drow is just going to outscale you. You know, he's going to be just too much of a big deal in the team fights later on.
Absolutely.
Especially when he gets the Aghanims. The Aghanims is a huge counter to the Elk. It's going to make it very hard for the Elk to stand in the front line to tank. Not just him, you know, even the Axe, you know, they're all going to get severely impacted by the Axe from the Drow. The Hypothermia arrows. I mean, we don't really see a lot of pipes nowadays in the games, you know, but pipe is very good against the level up lineup.
Yeah.
It blocks the radiance damage, it helps with the techies. Techies and below, they're all magic damage.
Yeah, and that's why I love that Corrupted went for it. The Beastmaster feels apt, right? He used to be more of an aura hero, I would say. I think still, to a certain extent, kind of is.
I mean, he is still... I mean, the Helm is like an aura kind of hero. Like
Sort of, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Going Helm, going AC, then you Dagger.
Yeah. Just a little pipe stop by.
And you can see just L1 is really comfortable with the state of the game. They're not ahead by too much, 1k. But we always have this saying, you're playing against Elk, the game's even, you Gucci, you know, you're happy.
You're more than Gucci. Everything's fine. You're gonna scale, things will be okay.
Yeah, just have to wait for the moment the Elk falls off the game, which is coming soon. He can get one more item, but after that, he's not going to get any stronger. He has the AC done. I think this is the point where he should be the strongest in the game, with the AC. Manta plus AC. And if they can't, you know, create some sort of impactful fight for the Elk to take advantage of, then Level Up is going to go into the later portions of the game with a lot of problems, scaling problems especially.
I know that the Alchemist falls off, but do the rest of Level Up not scale well? In my mind, I feel like they're all pretty decent late game heroes. Like the Techies Dark Willow can become pretty scary. And then Ember X late game also.
I mean, if you get farm, sure.
Right? Okay. That's fair, yeah. Oh. I thought that was a...
Light actually mattered so much.
Yeah, it did. I thought he missed the chains. Like I for some reason I didn't comprehend that there'll be a dunk. Ball comes out. Okay. I mean, this Techies is probably toast. Bo's gonna jump in, start chopping away though. There's a Hurricane Pike as well as a nice sleep. Even the Tomb and now a Fiend's Grip. Wo's in trouble. They need to cancel this grip. There comes the call, but it's far too late. TP out, not gonna make it. Alchemist is down, the backup. It was a bit too slow and now Inkrad has the Remnant out to safety. You got a TP cancel, doesn't look like it. Axe is out.
And look at how weak the Elk is in the team fight. The Flash Golem getting one right click on him, getting controlled by the grip, and the Drow just
shreds him.
Destroys him. You know, he has the AC. It's not like
the AC?
Yeah, it's not like the Elk doesn't have any armor items, you know, he's just getting shredded.
And also the marksmanship ignoring on the procs. And oh, Mirage again? This keeps happening to him. And you can see he's a little bit like, damn, okay, this has happened to me 3 times now.
Yeah, just
you can't be making these mistakes.
Just a little bit absent-minded when he's pushing the wave, pushing the tower.
Got a call out into blast off in the chop. Baby 3 Packs now back with a double kill off of Mirage's mistake. But still, we can go back and look at the replay. And the way this started, or not, you know, this is all good. But yeah, I mean, it started out with the Beastmaster in the mid lane versus both of the supports, right? Got a raw off, set up the kills, and then Level Up was still trying to stick around and fight, try to set up for Wo to come flying in. But really nice plays from the supports between the Tombstone save, the sleep, into the grip. Turning that around onto the Alchemist.
Dire are scanning.
Mirage just has to be careful, you know, play close to... If you don't have Tombstone and Bane's not around you, you just kind of have to be safe. Play in a much more back position. You don't need to hit the creeps, you just need to stand your poison. Use your Nether Toxin and push the waves, you know. You don't have to put yourself in any form of danger. And it's also something that's really... I feel like it's really difficult to have that habit, you know, because you have this type of like mindset, you're playing a lot of pubs and people don't kill you, and then all of a sudden in competitive games, people are faster, people are quicker, people coordinate better, then you can't afford to play like this, you know. That's why it's always important to have the habit well ironed out, you know, even when you're playing pubs, you know. But downside is it's going to lose you your pub games, you know, if you're playing like this. I mean, it's tough, you know, like sometimes the players, I mean, I understand their difficulties in playing this type of competitive game. There's always going to be that habit that you need to kick because it's so good in the pubs, but it's just bad in competitive play.
Yeah. We did hear stories about some pro players actually abandoning pubs for the most part, right? They don't even play very many pubs.
I don't think you can abandon it. That's your easiest way of getting mechanics practice, you know.
Yeah,
but some of the players will tell you that you can do that by playing overthrow games, you know.
That's true, yeah.
Spam the overthrow games.
Like spell casting, right?
Yeah.
It's a free... Basically, it's like a sandbox. I've seen a lot of players use it as warm-up. In comes Wo. Fights breaking out. Respect there to potentially save with the call. Stops him from coming through. This is trouble, and this is exactly what Level Up needed. The rest of L1 still trying to fight, but they are being overrun. A Nightfall out from the Drow Ranger. That was perfect. One layer after the other. Wo in first, and the X call to cover. Baby 3 Packs. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is the first time I feel like in the past 4 days where he stepped up big.
Yeah, it's the first time I see him get any meaningful initiations. He gets 2 heroes, he gets the Undying and the Beastmaster in the core.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was all she wrote, you know. Elk followed up with a very, very nice and easy initiation, and that was it, you know. 2 heroes down, Drow used BKB, try to fight back, but just not enough teammates, you know, around to help her out. Mirage just could not get out because he does not have BKB like Drow.
Yeah, the Viper looking very, very weak right now. But big props to Baby 3Packs because he knew the Undying would potentially come in for the save. The follow-up call, if slightly, I think it was like slightly delayed to account for it. I can't really blame the Undying. He's been doing a good job so far, but he's getting caught off guard overall as a team on L1. And now the Alchemist, despite the earlier transgressions of the early game between this team, they're now firing on all cylinders. You're back up to a lead. You're feeling comfortable. Your heroes are strong. Very much able to run over the L1 lineup despite it, like you said, being a bit better constructed.
And they were just like kind of sleeping there. They were standing on the high ground so near each other and not smoked, not doing anything. It was nighttime. Yeah, not so sure what was kind of happening there for L1, but they're gonna have to make sure it doesn't happen again. They'll lose a shot as well. Shot going to the techies. And L1, they are by no means out of the game, but things are getting more and more complicated. It was a lot simpler 10 minutes ago.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
When the nuance starts to be factored in, that's where L1's lineup might start to look a bit linear. You have one set of plays, right? You blink forward, you roar, you try and find a grip, you try and find sleep save, tombstone, and then if that set of spells doesn't work, the extended skirmish feels like it should favor level up. The constant low cooldown spells, being able to come in, get the stuns off, the calls off, and the follow-up damage from the techies and Dark Willow, they are ready to go. Nice tombstone save. That's a good start. Mirage needs to get out though. Beautiful force staff up to the high ground. Ingra's trying to trace him down. Mirage still doesn't really have the move speed to work with as Woe. He is on the prowl. This Viper is in trouble. What other saves do you have? Woe's gonna get rolled out, and now, where's the rest of his team? Nice call onto 2. They found the Drow. Woe was just a bait. This is what you were talking about, the Axe and Ember need to carry it. But Snowy, he's just a bit too strong. Gets up to the high ground and fires those arrows. Gets the job done. Buybacks comes through onto the Undying because they know they have to win this fight. Kiting away, Snowy will drop. And now Mirage finally will be run down by the Alchemist. Despite the buyback, despite the Drow, they just can't escape. And Queasy will lock up Corrupted. Big fight there from Level Up. And Woe, I mean, Level Up. It took them 5 games in the group stage to get here. But Woe is finally stepping up to the plate and giving us a performance worth remembering.
L1 just not really being able. I spoke to you about the diamond position, the diamond formation. They were not able to keep that. You know, Drow was on the side of the formation. That's why she got caught in the call. She was able to kite herself, get to the high ground, but she lost a lot of HP. She had to use her Manta, she had to use her BKB, and I think this was very nice by Darknya just suiciding and just trying to get the trade here on the Drow. Because Drow is the key hero. They need to keep the Drow down.
Yeah. And the rest of the fight cleaned up by Woe. I feel like this guy, he's just carved out the entire opening for his team, right? The fact that he's charging on in there, no fear whatsoever. Sure, I'm certain the Aegis had a part to play in that decision, but it was just amazing to see how much panic he sowed in the lines of L1. They just scattered. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't keep their formation that we saw earlier on in the game. This allows the rest of his supports to just kind of pick and choose where they want to go as well. It's perfect. And sure, maybe the Alchemist cannot carry the game directly, but if he moves like this, he's absolutely carrying the game for Level Up.
Yeah, he's gonna feed his first Aghanims to... Who's gonna get the first Aghanim? It must be the Ember.
It's gotta be the Ember, right?
Yeah. It's coming on the courier. Okay.
It's already level 25.
Wait, who got it?
This.
Oh, wait, the Ember got it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the left. There's a little tooltip.
Yeah, but there used to be like a sound effect, right, when he gives it.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like
I was waiting for the
little
sound.
melting sound kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
I was waiting for that. I just didn't really.
Maybe it's a little bit too soft this time around. It's okay. The game's still in beta. Fiend's Grip in the mid lane, trying to get a free pick off, but nothing is free here. Everything has to be earned. Level Up. Swipe you down. I'm not gonna lie to you, coming into this series, even though both of these teams were eliminated, I kind of had the feeling that L1 might be the stronger team. just from the games that I've seen and what they've been able to do. But I'm quite impressed with what Level Up have been able to manage in this game so far. Just off of the Alchemist and this concept of the constant brawling and just the layers in the fight, they've been able to break this Drow Ranger lineup apart.
Yeah, they may not have the most conventional draft, but they're making it work. Like the L was a very, very nice last pick that tied everything together. But at the same time, like for L1, just felt like a lot of this deaths on the Viper, just Mirage deaths.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
They had some timings, they had some really good opportunities, but the Vipers just. Yeah, just making mistakes, you know, getting caught, dies.
I genuinely think the Viper's mistakes messed up the tempo for his team.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not supposed to die in the game, it's just the manner that he died, the manner
It's not even like he was getting trades or getting anything done, right?
Yeah, it's just 3 deaths and he was just like, oh, I can hit the tower here, but nobody's around the map. Do I do it? Do I not? And he just hits the tower and then he dies. You know?
Yeah, and you think about the flip side of that, even if he does hit the tower and he doesn't die, what was the point in taking that risk? Right? Like there was no big gain from taking that gamble, and now L1 find themselves corralled into their base. And when you're playing against techies and you're behind the whole map, everywhere you go, your movements are going to be traced to a T. Just no surprises that you can pull, no smoke moves that you can do. Nothing sneaky on the map. You try and farm a fringe camp, bam, there goes a bomb. They know exactly where you are. They're right at your doorstep in 0.2 seconds. Knock, knock. Ready to die? And we thought this L1 lineup would have a very easy time snowballing over Level Up. But instead, Snowy is being snowed in, really. Every time he shows his face, Baby 3 packs just pop in on top of him, and kind of already mentioned Winter. I feel like the past few days, I have not seen Baby 3 packs perform at all. But he is finding his mark here on the axe. Gotta give props.
And the high ground is going to be the next challenge for them. Do they have what it takes to go for the high ground?
Is it hard for them to go high ground right now?
Yeah, it's difficult against Drow, Undying. L is your best tower hitter. The other heroes are not going to hit the tower.
Sure. So what's the plan? Falcon style, just choke them out, wait for someone to step out, kill them, and then try high ground, or?
Yeah, they have to kill somebody before they go high ground. They can't just walk up to the high ground.
I hear
hit
you.
the towers.
Mines are starting to explode.
Somebody has to die first.
I can agree with that. Full 5-man smoke move out from L1 just to get a little bit of farm because no enemy heroes linger. Level Up have parked themselves in safe places. Smoke back out now.
Wo's trying to end the game right here. If he gets a kill, he's gonna find Mirage, but he has a shield rune. Very, very tanky this time.
Call first. The Out was trying to wait for the secondary jump. Tomb to save himself. Raw is there. Axe in trouble. Nice fall staff away. Woe is focusing down the Tomb. Out comes the Undying. He's gonna drop. There's a grip onto the Alchemist. Someone get him out. Snowy's trying to do the damage, but he just doesn't have enough. The Alchemist able to break free as Aincrad doing damage on the back. This was the Ember that got countered in the lane, but now he gets his revenge, burning up everyone on L1. And this was clean. I mean, this game, it was all Woe Alchemist show. He did such a good job, and even in that final fight, though it was Aincrad who created the space in the end, couldn't have done it without the free gifted donation Agonyms from Alchemist. I mean, this was awesome to watch, right? Level Up finally having their moment on the last day here of the group stage. Sure, they might be eliminated, but they still show us a little bit of their Dota that they didn't really get to the past few days.
Yeah, unfortunately for L1 on their side, they can even look back and think about, we picked this Viper to snowball to win the lane, and he's just not really been able to do it. Of course, there are also a lot of small little details on the other players that also made some mistakes. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna try to buy back with the Drow here, but I don't know how much can they do to stop this Mega Creeps coming in. maybe they can prevent it and delay it for a little bit of a time.
Every time you try and grit with the Aghanims, in comes Aincrad ready to punish. Lotus will ensure him hatred there to back him up, and hell, they'll get the tomb to boot. TP's coming back in. Don't want to overextend now. Mirage looking for an angle. There's a call. Snowy in trouble. No more save. The tomb was used. BKB try and get him out back to the base, but Aincrad's on his tail. BKB doesn't allow the damage to come through. Aincrad's actually going to dive in the fountain and cost him his life. He can buy back on the Ember, come back in, but now it's awkward. Finish off the Mega Creeps, blink out immediately. Hatred will TP out as Zayak only yules himself. And Queasy gets out. Sheesh, that was scary. I mean, Aincrad, he didn't need to do that, but
he was feeling it, you know.
He was feeling it. He was feeling it. And he hasn't felt it for the past few days, so I can understand the man. You know, he finally wants to pop off a little bit. I can't blame him. By the end of the day, it's Mega Creeps.
Yeah.
So I guess it's fine.
He's earned his right. He was picked blind, he got countered, but he was still able to find a way to survive, be impactful, be useful for his team. He kills the Viper.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we want to praise, you know, Woe on the Elk, but I think Aincrad on this game, he definitely held his own ground. He didn't really crumble like some of the games we saw in a couple of days when he had a bad matchup. He kind of just crumbles and he loses the lane very difficult. And this time he was very patient. He waited. He got boots early on the Ember Spirit. He waited for the Aghanim Scepter to be gifted to him.
He waited for the handout, the silver spoon in his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, Elk is the 24th pick, right?
That's true. You gotta pay him back.
You gotta pay him back.
Raw comes out, Lotus and the Wind Waker. Nice save there. Beautiful stuff from Queasy while Woe mops up that poor Bane. Big call onto Tombstone to save the Drow, but out just goes to town, and Drow needs to get the hell out of here. BKB trying to TP on the knife, it's not gonna work. GG is called, and Level Up, after so many days of the group stage, can finally say they've got their first win on the board.
And they have finally leveled up, my friend.
Level 0 to level 1. And it's not even over. This is just game number 1 of this series. They could win a series before going home.
Yes, that's absolutely a big game, you know, for Level Up. Sure, they're not part of the tournament, but it's a mindset thing. It's something that you remove some of the weight on your shoulder. You've crossed the mile. You have done something that you feel like previously it was impossible for you.
Yeah.
You have done something that I think even people watching the series, watching their games, didn't expect them to do it. So they are definitely on a very, very good streak right now. You're winning this game, and hopefully for them, they'll be able to continue that streak in the last game of their group stages. Keep the momentum going, keep everything going. And as for L1, they have to try to figure out what's wrong, you know, like what the hell, you know, they had like a period of the game where they were in control. They got the Aegis. Everything looked good for them, you know. They just had like a very, very bad mistake on the Viper. I think there was one on the Viper, and then the Rune one, I don't know what minute, where they got the Axe call onto, it was the Beastmaster, and it was
the Undying, who blinked in to try and save the Beastmaster.
They got the double call there, and it was very strange because it was during nighttime. They don't see heroes on the map. They were very careless. I felt like at very, very critical points of the game, L1 they lost focus, or at some points of the game, they were good. They were doing good. They were very clear about what they wanted to do. But at other points, they clearly dropped the ball. They lost a couple of heroes, especially Viper getting picked off so many times this game.
Yeah,
like he
I
died
don't know what
9
happened.
times.
What?
I think out of the 9 deaths on the Viper, maybe at least 7 was like 6 or 7. They were really, really bad ones. Yeah, maybe some were unavoidable, 1 or 2, but the rest were all really bad. And they had like very, very severe implications in the game because the Drow needed the Viper to be able to stand in front to tank, so the Drow could do the deeps, you know, in the team fight. But unfortunately, the Viper was just not strong enough. And you are given this 18 pick to counter the enemy mid lane.
Yeah.
You counter the enemy mid lane and you're not getting the value out of it.
We keep talking about this.
And that is a problem. That is a huge problem.
You said this at the very start. I asked, so lane winning's not so important anymore. How much do you really need to win the lane? It has to be something like 80-20, even 70-30. Just this situation where you hand the advantage you've gained back to the Ember. So whimsical, like you, no consideration. It almost felt like, and I don't know if this is rude, but at times, some of the members on L1 it almost felt like they were like alt-tabbed or something, right? Like the focus just wasn't there. There was a big lapse. They were like zoning out, and then suddenly they just lose a team fight.
Yeah, they get jumped, you know. Sometimes I think
this was the moment.
I think this has to do with the comms, right? Nobody's saying anything. I mean, if you're on a DOTA team before, you've experienced the environment being a team, there are gonna be moments where you drop the ball, especially at like a tier 2 team. Like one particular moment, 10 seconds, the communication is zero. You know, like there's just dead air. You know, like nothing's happening. Nobody's saying a single word, and this will happen. You know, somebody's gonna get caught. There's gonna be a snowball effect. I'm gonna try and save you because nobody's saying anything. The person getting caught is gonna be in a position where he's saying, help, I need help. And then the rest is just going to be feed one by one by saving him, trying to save him, you know, save your buddy syndrome.
Because the idea of how to quote-unquote help him is not really there, right?
So leave him. You have to talk by saying, leave me.
Yeah, or sell.
The moment you are screwed, you are screwed. You're not going to drag your teammates down the mud with you.
Yeah, but then it's also some situations where Mirage, as we see, just continuously getting caught out in situations where his team tries their best to save him. Even when they leave him, it feels bad because that's supposed to be your mid laner, and he doesn't really quite gather the same terror as Aincrad did. Look at him go into the backlines, swiping down all these Bane illusions, putting pressure on the rest, and all of them are turning around to deal with him, but they just don't have the damage. I mean, at this point, it felt like the game was far gone already. But what a moment here for Level Up, and I love that you pointed it out, Winter, because this is very important. Even though they might lose the next game in this series, even if they tie, they finally managed to put one on the board. That goes a long way for the confidence, because maybe you finish this tournament, you don't even win a single game, you kind of forgot, hey, we are capable of this. When we put our minds together and we communicate well and we keep sharp, we can outplay these teams. This is something we can do.
Yeah. The feeling when you get to win a game, because I'm sure at this point they already forgot what does it feel like to win a game.
Exactly.
Because they've lost every single game they've played in the group stage.
Let's see whether they can continue and put a series in their pocket, or whether game number 2 will go L1's way after a short break.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Finally, after 4 days, they have done it. They've won one game of Dota 2, which I know, we're at EWC with Dota 2 here in Paris, and, winning one game, that's just the road there. But for Level Up, unfortunately, their road has already ended, right, Winter? For them, it's not really that story of glory that we're all trying to chase, that all these other bigger teams are trying to get to. For them, maybe it's a journey of learning a little bit. And as you said earlier on, just remembering that you can actually win is kind of a big deal for the confidence. It's a really big boost.
Yeah, remembering how to win, knowing what to do in the game to close out the game, it's very important. You've been losing, you've been getting overpowered by your opponents, all the games basically. Yeah, it's very demoralizing. And this game is just like such a huge weight lifted out of the shoulder. Oh, we still remember how to play Dota, we still remember how to win the games, And I'm sure they'll be riding the momentum, and it's hard to say the same for L1, I think this is a matchup where I don't know if they're a huge favorite, but at least they are favorites, just
at least by a little bit.
Yeah, based on the previous games, they look like they should be the favorite in this series, and losing the first game in that sort of manner, you gotta imagine the momentum is just gonna be downward, for them.
Yeah, it really, part of it is the hero, right? Viper, he doesn't really give you very much options if you make mistakes like that. You kind of need to play for the lane, and then you play for the lane and you need to push the issue further. Any mistake is just so painful.
Yeah, I think the hero is just, you pick him to win the lane, and if you're not winning the lane up, I think initially he was doing really well in the lane. It was good. It was good enough. But at some point, I think it was when they were sieging the tower, he died when he was sieging the tower. The Ember somehow, I don't remember how, but the Ember killed him when they were sieging the tower because he didn't back early enough. The enemy team brought the supports over to the mid lane. And that's something that it shouldn't be allowed to happen.
There's no way that should happen.
You see the heroes missing, you have to understand, you need to back off. It's enough, you've already pressured enough, you need to back off, and then you have to tell us, oh, their supports came mid, you guys can, farm the side lanes because you've already drawn their attention towards you. And the last thing you need to do is die.
Yeah.
Because you're not allowed to die as a Viper against Ember matchup. It doesn't matter how, but you're not allowed to die.
If you die as the Viper versus the Ember, you better have killed his whole team first.
Yeah.
That's the only...
You better make sure the trade-off is something humongous.
Yeah, you get Roche and then you die to that. Okay, we'll give you that one. But, of course, going back into game number 2, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me is the immediate reactions from the players on Level Up, right? They were previously in their other series. Sure, they weren't necessarily despairing, but they also didn't seem very confident. They didn't have that, not smiles all around. People aren't really loose, per se. And then now you can kind of see maybe some of the stress set in because yes, this game doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Yes, both these teams are already out, but at least for L1, they are in line for TI, right? They managed to make it to that great tournament after this one, and they want to make sure they get as much as they can, and this does not feel good, right? Maybe you're starting to think, guys, we're going to TI. We're going to play against all these other tier 1 teams we didn't get the chance to play yet here, and we can't take down level up? Like, how is that going to pan out?
Yeah, it's going to affect your mental state a lot, you know? But that's a part of the game. Not every day you're going to be able to show up, and when the days you're down, you got to figure out what's the problem and figure out how to get back up. You know, I think this is going to be a huge challenge. This is an important challenge for the L1 to overcome. They need to figure out what was the problem and how they're going to solve it, you know, and they seem to believe Ember is the solution.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe saying that, Aincrad, you don't get your Ember, you're not going to be able to play this game. Which is interesting. I feel like Aincrad, you know, unless you ban out all the spirit heroes, he's always going to be able to find something to create chaos with. Sure, it hasn't looked amazing in the previous few series, but that's because they were losing as a whole, so I don't know whether I can blame him. What do you think is this Ember response to the SF4?
No idea.
It's a bit
Comfort,
weird, right? It's a bit weird.
Maybe comfort, maybe deny pick, whatever you want to call it.
This is a very big Mirage hero.
This is something that you don't usually do, you know, against SF.
Yeah.
Ember is not a counter to SF, I can guarantee you that. I think it's just something that they want to get on the mid lane.
Maybe they feel like Aincrad doesn't have any good heroes into Ember. That could be one of the factors.
I'm sure he has. He's played the DP. He seems to really like the DP against his melee.
Yeah, but then you have DP and SF. It's like, I guess it's fine, right? Because DP can act as the front of the triangle formation. Or rather, sorry, the diamond formation.
Not DP with SF. I think SF you want stuns, you want catch.
Okay.
You want heroes that allow you to right click. It might not come from the mid lane, but it has to come from somewhere. Support, off lane.
Hoodwink techies.
Yeah, this is just their bread and butter. They really like the double range supports.
Yeah. Any reason why they are straying away from the Dark Willow, you reckon? Because they liked that combination the previous game against the Bane, and now they're switching it up.
Hoodwink is just stronger. Because Hoodwink is more reliable in your initiation. Like if you're Dark Willow, what is the initiation? You have to land your Bramble, then terrorize. Or land your terrorize, then Bramble. Hoodwink just goes in, you hide in the trees, you bushwhack. Then you get the initiation.
Yeah. Also doesn't need to get into melee range, right? Like can just shoot from afar, which is a pretty big deal. Axe and Terrorblade being banned out. The Darkseer's already taken out, so the options for an offlaner into this Shadow Fiend are starting to thin out. And we already know, we've covered this over the first few days, right? This hero doesn't lose the lane. You kind of need to set up a situation where you can dive him using the gates and another support. If not, it's not going to pan out. So what's a good option left? I guess the Hoodwink's also like really reliable because if you save the Bushwhack, you can just always cancel the Fiend's Grip. Like it's so easy for you to spot the Bane, especially early game, and then nullify that. There's Clockwork. Wow, quick picks. Clockwork Batrider, probably going to be your position, I want to say 4 and 3. So now Batrider has a melee bodyguard in the lane to create space for him, so he can't go down. And then you have a few components of heroes that can already dive this SF techies.
Yeah, we've already seen this one time. I can't remember who was it that did it. It was the bat against SF matchup. You can create opportunities to pressure and kill this hero, and then combine that with a gate from the Bane. Yeah, Takis is not the best. I wouldn't say it's the best bodyguard. You know, like you kind of, you're not an Undying, you're not a Clock, you're not a Tusk, you're not any like 3M protector.
Yeah, you don't really get in the way, right?
Yeah, you don't get in the way. You're kind of hoping that the SF dies and you get the kill and you get the solo XP.
And then you farm his lane, and then you're the carry. Yeah, I see the picture.
You can level up, find a pick here to give them a very clear game plan. They need a catch hero, they need something to set up for the supports. There's no Ember. So the remaining ones are like Pango. Okay, so they go for another Spirit hero, so they go for the Void Spirit. I mean, I wouldn't say he's gonna win lane against Ember. It's like a... Okay, if anything, I feel like Ember is going to have a much better time in this lane. Void, you cannot really remove. The Flame Guard, you're gonna... I think the Flame Guard is just gonna win the trades in most cases against the Void Spirit. They're just picking a hero that's really good for the game. They need a catch, they need someone to go in, and Void Spirit is gonna be able to do that. And at the same time, Clock, Bane, I think Void Spirit can have a good time in the team fights here, especially when you get your Aghanim's. You're going to be able to silence, especially the Bane, take him out of the fights. So they're picking heroes for the game. I like this, you know, not just for the lane. And Lifestealer is the ban here. So Lifestealer. So what does that indicate? They want to...
Centaur?
Maybe. Centaur is... Lifesteal is good against most of the strength offlaners. The Centaur, the Dawn, the Underlord.
Oh, that's Baby 3 Pax's entire hero pool. You just lane right there.
Yep. That's the conventional heroes right now for the offlane.
Yep.
The standard heroes.
I guess the teamfight initiation, I feel like the Tide Underlord makes a lot of sense. Just that area control.
Yeah, the Underlord is also going to provide you with another catch for the Ember Spirit, the root.
Mm-hmm. Then you root into Bushwhack if they don't chop it fast enough.
But Tide is kind of like maybe better for the team fight. It's harder for them to kill the Tide.
Yeah, because L1, I'm looking at their lineup. Apart from being able to poke and prod, they also need to mostly commit in to try and get these kills, right? If you run into a Tide Hunter, number one, it's going to be hard to run past him. Number two, he can just ravage.
It's the Tide SF, you know. It's very hard to run into the Ravage Requiem.
Oh, true. Yeah. They got a few BKB, actually multiple BKB piercing disables, but if you're all ravaged before you can even do anything, it's tricky. I guess there'll also have to be a timing that L1 play for. I like the Tide here. I think that's pretty solid. The Kling's ban, does that... Maybe they want to do Beastmaster again? That's what I'm trying to figure out. A Beastmaster... Kling's is... I guess just a bad core-to-core matchup for the SF. You mentioned before that Kling's, if you get on top of the SF, you would just shred him.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that it suggests that they're going to go for a Zoo. But yeah. They ban out the Tide, so all the frontline tanks, most of it has been... The good ones have been removed, so you have the bad ones now, the mediocre ones. Like, which one is he going to go for here? I think that's what Underlord and Dawn. Dawn, we didn't really see this hero a lot. With the absence of Storm, I think Storm plus Dawn was like the best combination we had last couple of months, and during this tournament we don't really see that so much.
Yeah, we did see one or two Dawnbreakers. Looked okay. There's the Beastmaster that comes through.
Zoo plus SF, so they have again a very, very deadly 5-man ball. And
kind of borrowing a concept from L1.
Alright, Gyrocopter is the Zoo counter.
Yes, it is.
Because the rest of the heroes are all single target, so they needed somebody who can actually hit everybody in the team fight. And I think Gyro is a very, very nice hero to run out everything here for them. But does it outskill the SF? I'm pretty sure no. SF is going to outscale and out-damage the Gyro. Gyro just have no means of standing and fighting the SF. But on the other hand, it targets at the SF's weak early game. You can gate with your barrage. You have the Bat Rider to kill you, to lasso the SF. So it's a much faster pace draft for the level up, the L1 side, you know, whereas the level up side, you need to wait for your Helm, you need to wait for the Overlord, SF wants to farm. Void Spirit is kind of like the only one that can actually move, you know, so he has to create enough space for the Beast and SF to farm. He basically has two carries that he needs to take care, whereas for the other side, L1, the carry is like a semi-core. He's going to be active, the Gyro is going to be active on the map, he wants to kill heroes, and he wants to participate with the Bat the most. And even with the Ember, so there's going to be a lot of moves made early, and there's going to be a lot of pressure applied to the SF in the early stages.
So which one do you think squares up better against the other? Because on one end, we have 3 cores that can all be aggressive and active, and on the other, you have one person as the main babysitter for 2. I feel like I know the obvious answer here.
I mean, it's hard to say though. I don't think there's a clear favorite here, which lineup is going to have the, I think, practical upper hand.
Right.
When you can maybe say that ease of execution wise, easier to be the one defending, like the one that has the SF and Bs. You're defending your triangle, defending your side of the jungle. You're waiting for the opponents to attack you.
Right.
I think you could say that it's easier to defend. But whereas for L1, their lineup is just very, very reliant on the early game going well. They have to snowball the game. If the early game does not go well, your gyro is not attacking through the gates, killing the SF, you're not winning the rune battles with your Bane and Clock, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Bane and Clock cannot deal with the Zoo, and you're heavily reliant on the gyro to deal with the Zoo.
There's no Treant Protector in this game. What's he up to? Just clearing the tree line for
It's gyro,
vision's sake?
so the gyro can flag the creeps,
Oh.
the neutral camps.
Okay. I guess then the Beastmaster also can't like hide his balls behind the tree line and stuff like that as well, right?
Yep.
Just clear those out immediately. But we've seen this before. When you try and counter the Beastmaster and his balls in the lane, he just maxes axes and then he goes farm the triangle. Like, is there any counterplay to that, you reckon?
You steal his triangle. You go to it if he's stacking your gyro. Like, please,
true.
Go and steal it, you know.
Yeah, this is something we didn't mention as well. The gyro can do that.
They have the Ember Spirit, which is also another hero that can be very active in stealing the camp, so he can definitely go with the gyro together to do it.
Oh, respect. Being body blocked up. Really nicely done by Queasy, allowing for the balls to come through. And Baby 3-Packs and Queasy will slowly but surely run down respect. And that's first blood drawn for the Beastmaster. He's in a bad matchup, but this is a great start for him.
Yeah, very, very nice kill there for the Beastmaster. It's going to give them that little boost to get the helm. I always say that the laning phase is so determined in how quickly you can get the Helm of Iron Will. The faster you can get it, the more stable your lane becomes for the Beastmaster. Not any hero that wants to get the Helm at level 1 in the early stages.
And also, the faster you scale up on the Beast, the more pressure you take off your Void Spirit, right? Because, like you said, he's the main person who has to babysit these two cores. But once the Beastmaster gets even the Helm Dom, he can start applying pressure, and then it's not all on the Void Spirit anymore. Maybe Void Spirit can take some time to farm, push out the mid wave, get a rune or two, and connect to the Beastmaster instead.
In the SF is also going to be like a very, very important point of attack, you know, for L1. They need to attack the SF. With either the gyro or maybe just the Bane, you know, like moving over to set up a gate gang, you know. These are going to be very, very important things they have to, like, it's a checkbox. They need to do it. They need to control the runes. They need to try to abuse the gates and try to involve the Ember Spirit on the side lanes. I think the mid lane is probably the least important lane for L1 to play around, apart from controlling runes. They need to make sure they get kills on the Beast and the SF. That is the more important objective in this lineup.
Find a way to make it happen. I mean, with the Gyrocopter, on paper, should be a pretty straightforward affair, right? You're always going to be flat cannon pushing out the waves, and then because of that, your opponents will have a hard time knowing whether you're through the twin gates or whether you're just back pulling the small camp. Queasy's already rotated over to try and tip the balance of this mid lane matchup at minute 2 as a level 1 Hoodwink.
Yeah, this is a very big deal because this matchup is a matchup where it's very volatile. Anyone can, like, even though I said Ember is probably going to be slightly favored, but now with the Water Rune on the Void Spirit side, this is not going to be easy for the Ember Spirit to bully the Void Spirit out.
I mean, on the Void Spirit's end, he just has to be careful how he's using his spells,
And also
right?
because this lane against the Gyro Bane, the wave is always going to be pushed out. So it gives you the flexibility to leave the lane as a support. Because you don't really get to do much, right? The wave is already pushed, so you can leave your core safely farming the lane and just help the runes. But Beast is not really doing that well, you know. This is, after all, even if you can max the axe first, it's still a matchup where it's difficult for the Beastmaster.
7-1 against 17-7. That is rough. You think that maybe with the balls he'd have an easier time cleaning up some of these last hits, but turns out, nope. Bat Rider doing okay. Matching the SF just off by a little bit. I remember back when, or at least maybe a month and a half, maybe even longer ago, Bat Rider was all the rage on the off lane. People were playing him for the early tranks into the Boots of Bearing, and then you built the pipe back when pipe was actually good. But then what is the idea here now? I remember we saw an offlane bat, and he kind of went a bit more right-click, right? The Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, try and scale up on the Sticky Napalm. Do you think that's what L1 are going to do if they corrupted bat this game?
No idea.
Okay.
I have no idea about the mid-game, what you're supposed to do, but I think the primary role, like, yeah, I think drums is still fine. You can get drums early because you have to kill the SF. I think the objective here is to ruin the SF's early game, so you need to buy items that allow you to do that. Right. I think what you buy later, you can buy the like Dragon Lance, whatever. I think it's not exactly that important. The important part is you have to shut down the SF in the early game. He needs to be, I mean, I want to say killed at least like 2 times. Like if you can kill him once or twice in the first 6-10 minutes, that would be great. You know, that would be your objective. You can snowball off the lane. Bat is somehow like a very, very good counter to SF because SF is very weak against repositioning heroes, and Bat, you can pull him in the middle of the team fight to your team to kill him first.
Yeah. We saw this concept first tested by Rune Eaters, right? They picked the Bat Rider as the Pos 4, but now the Pos 3 Bat Rider hunting down Woe. Hatred offers his body as a sacrifice, but no more Firefly soon. Corrupted will just flap his wings back to safety, clearing out the entire small camp and the creep wave. Amassing quite a bit of farm here. Pretty quiet early game, all things considered, as everybody's just happy to trade and farm. No one really plotting any major moves yet. Perhaps the 6-minute rune will change that. Those 2 spirits in the mid lane, you gotta make sure you have that one on lock. Corrupted taking quite a bit of damage. Hatred with the chase down, needs a few more auto attacks. TP out in the trees. Nice play there from the Bat Rider, but has to get back to base. Meanwhile, Clockwork not quite as lucky. A big kill for Queasy. Meanwhile, L1 gonna try and use this catapult to pressure the tower. Level 6 already for Mirage. This could be a good timing for him to maybe bully Inkrad, but
the runes.
Yeah.
The real prize is the runes.
Off the mark there with the blast off. Hatred's not gonna have that available for the rune fight. Who's gonna be able to grab it? Support's rotating over. The regen rune snatched up by Queasy. Nice little double bushwhack. But the problem is he doesn't have the blast off, so he can't necessarily follow up. Gonna try and at least turn around on the Clockwork to set up for a kill, but now Mirage is in a little bit of trouble. Playing around the Remnant. He's gonna dodge away. That damage not gonna connect, but the bomb still chases him. Mirage quite literally playing with fire there when he didn't need to. He could have escaped a lot earlier on. Tried to bait out more spells, but ends up baiting himself and goes down.
I mean, just somehow not really respecting the fact that he's gonna die for that kill, you know. Definitely not worth it for him to go all in on the Hoodwink. Probably better to just let his support die and just leave.
Even if he remnanted earlier, it might never have been worth it, right? Like, it's like he was already taking a bad trade.
And now level up. Oh my god, he just walked over as Shadow Fiend alone.
Nice Requiem.
That was some crazy shit right
there. That was badass is what I'm saying. That guy did not care.
SF of all carries to try and contest. Now he's in trouble.
Is he though? His team's TPing in. He's got backup. Corrupted might be in trouble. Thank God for the sleep, but it's not gonna save him. Whoa! He knows exactly what to do. The Corrupted tries to take advantage of his position, but Woe takes advantage of the bat instead.
Yeah, that was a huge overplay there by Bat Rider. The sleep was also not useful because the bat already had some damage over time on the SF, so he wakes up immediately. Yeah, that was just a
weird one.
Huge weird one. Huge mistake. And now the runes are gonna spawn. So with that death, does it mean that the rune is gonna be forfeited for L1? Can they still bring enough heroes? Now Respect is the one to go down.
Nice tree cut there.
Oh, they're going for the key. Actually created enough time for the
Ember to come and snatch it, right?
Yeah, the Ember gets the rune, so that was actually fine.
Yeah.
You will give your life gladly as a support in trade of the runes here for your mid laner.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was going to be a much faster Bane kill. I didn't expect Mirage to be able to come over the Remnant.
He missed the Remnant, the Aether Remnant.
Right. Gonna take some damage on Mirage, but still got the safety Remnant to play around with. This time round, he won't take no chances. I say that, but here comes Queasy. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That was greedy with a capital G, and he pays the price for it. I feel like I'm starting to notice a pattern in this series where Mirage and his greed and maybe his lack of respect for what his opponents can do is going to cost L1 big time.
Yeah, that was a very unnecessary death again, you know, like similar to the first game, like he had a couple of really, really unnecessary bad deaths in the game, and that was one of them, just going so greedy to just get one creep. Thinking that he was able to escape. Just the payout, the risk to reward ratio is just so bad. The risk to do that to get one creep, like getting one creep doesn't change the face of the game. But dying there has a huge, huge impact on the game. Not worth it. 100%.
It's kind of like what we were talking about with, I don't know, with his Viper as well, right? Like he's taking risks that have no reward. Like that was 40 gold that he gambled his life on and he lost. And now it has severe implications for the rest of the game.
And the stacks, you know, here comes the Ember, here comes the Gyro. They're going to be ready to take the stacks. They see the stack, they control the runes, and if the Ember gets the rune, they can contest the stacks. And level up, bringing in the numbers here. They're bringing so many heroes. Even the SF is here to fight the runes.
Okay. And they lose it because the Ember has a Clockwork on one side. You've said this before, Winter. You just can't really secure a rune against a Clockwork if he's already standing there with the cogs.
Yeah, it's very difficult to walk in. The king of the runes. Zayat.
Oh, Hatred just dies there. Alright. Call downs through. Steal the stacks. I mean, this is severe economic damage to level up. But only up until this point. I feel like L1 were on the back foot. This is a good move though. I don't know about you. I kind of get the feeling that even though the Shadow Fiend is pretty farmed, I think L1 are in a bit of a better position overall. They might lose their Bane here. Wow, Raw committed. Okay, Baby 3 Packs just really wanted that pick off. Yeah, but despite all of this, I still feel like L1 are in a good spot.
I mean, they need to be ahead, you know, with their lineup right now. If they go into the mid game 50-50 against the SFBs, this is going to be very difficult for them. I think they need to find the urgency. They need to snowball. They need to get kills. Kills are the ones that are going to start the snowball right now. And I think Wo on the SF, once again, making the move. He's been really, really active with the SF this game. Moving to the runes, now going through the gates, attacking the tier 1 tower, helping BB3 packs to get to his timings much faster. So he understands that they have a much slower draft and he needs to be the one making some plays for his team. If everybody is farming, then it's usually like a very bad situation in the game because somebody is going to die. So he's choosing to make his plays for the team and allow the Beastmaster to get to his helm timing so Beastmaster can pressure the mid tower later and then he can farm on the SF.
They're gonna be able to blast off away. Cute play there. Just being a bit obnoxious. There are big stacks available for the Bat Rider to farm. Recover a bit of his net worth that way. But yeah, I agree with you. I've been really impressed with Wo today. I feel like he's just unlocked a different dimension of his gameplay. This whole concept of being active and making space for the team, whether it's the Alchemist, whether now with this new... It's not even new. It's like... I feel like SFs generally play a bit more reserved than he has. He's kind of put his balls on the table and said, you know what? Here's how it's going to go. L1 don't really have a response to it at the moment. I will say the Gyro is still farming up a Storm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the key moment is going to come during nighttime, 15 minutes. Are they going to be able to contest the Rosh against the SF and the Helm Dom? If the SF gets the Aegis, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for L1. They have to be able to contest the Rosh. I mean, you're right on the Gyro being fat. but he needs to be able to win that one important fight. He's still 0-0 and 0. He didn't really participate, or he wasn't really given the chance to participate in the game yet. And the Roche is going to be the place where he absolutely cannot miss that fight. He has to be able to fight it. It's going to happen in the next couple of minutes, and they need to make necessary preparations, you know, get wards down the area and make sure that when they're smoking over, they have some sort of vision. And Zayak is in the area. He needs to, at the moment, he's just like trying to bodyguard the gyro. 14 minutes, Rune's gonna come up, and Mirage wants the Rune. He's been getting fairly lucky with the 50-50s, I would say.
Right? Like, Level Up will bring 3 or 4 heroes to try and get the Rune, and then he just guesses the right side and gets it anyway. Must be a bit frustrating for them, Level Up. They still got the 3k gold lead to work with. I don't think they'll be too sad about it. I get what you mean though. I feel like the longer we wait, I'm not sure how long the gyro is going to take to get involved. As a Blink Dagger complete from your Bat Rider. So maybe a smoke in the near future with all these players on L1. Try and find a pick off. Try and slow down this Shadow Fiend. The triangles of both of these teams are bustling with stacks and heroes farming up the Storm.
I mean, they counter-pick the SF with the Bat, but 15 minutes in, SF is still 0 death.
Yeah. The Bat's not really doing much in the flip side. I guess it scales, which is like whatever.
I mean, the smoke commences, but where are they going? Roche is moving bot. If they leave the bottom area, Roche is gonna die. Level Up has Zoo and Shadow Fiend. L1 needs to contest Roche. They need to stay around the area. This is the first big move of the game. Can the gyro impact the game in a positive way for his team right now?
Has to start making some calls first. Rely on perhaps the rest of the team to set up for him. He's on the front lines waiting for Respect to perhaps plant a ward down. Lasso up. Bushwhack there. That's a beautiful response. Hook shot, chain stun. Is it enough? The Fiend's Grip there to boot everything L1 have thrown at this poor Void Spirit. And Queasy will get bounced around and sliced down as well. L1, they came completely prepared while Level Up. I don't think they saw that one coming.
And surely they should have had some sort of idea, right? Nobody's at top, nobody's at bottom. Where else can the enemy be?
Great question.
Yeah, I mean, where else can it be?
You literally just have a glance at the map, you can figure it out. But because of that, 2 members of Level Up dropping. Despite the gold lead, again, still feeling like L1, they're in a good spot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Was going to work on the mid tier 1 tower. Oh, with the creep from the Beastmaster. Should be easy pickings, nothing much L1 really want to do about it. I'm not gonna lie, with the heroes that we have in this game, Winter, the pace has been a lot slower than I expected. Is it because they're all waiting for something specific? Or is everyone just scared? Like, what's the deal?
Not necessary. I think they're just waiting for their timings. I felt like L1, they've tried to make some moves, but the laning phase didn't really work out, and then Mirage had a couple of like really bad deaths, you know, so the Ember was the one that could drive the momentum of the early game, but if he's not having the time that he needs to have, then yeah, it's difficult because since you cannot really win your lane, you can only wait for the Ember. I think the Ember was kind of like the missing piece, you know, in the early game. And right now, it's still not too late. Roche is bot. They have to contest the bottom area. And
they found Baby 3 packs, pull him back in into the clutches of the team, and the follow-up hook shot. We've seen this one before. No need for Fiend's Grip this time. They don't have it, even if they wanted it, as Hatred will be the next one to fall. L1 bringing the numbers, bringing the troops, and taking down Level Up on the mat.
But they don't have the right heroes to get Roche. I think they cannot really get Roche. They can stop Level Up from getting a Roche, but they need... I don't know when specifically gonna be able to get the Roche, but right now, no, with their heroes. They're gonna need like life steal from Gyro before they can kill Roche, I imagine. Respect, looking for... Oh, that was... I think that was like a very nice heads-up play. I guess he Voice Spirit felt like somebody might be coming. He uses the Remnant, or maybe he was just last hitting the range hit. I have no idea. But he turned out to be lucky in the end. Yeah, he's trying to use the shard to clear the creep wave. And now finally the Roche is being attempted by Level Up. And this is a very critical point of the game. L1, they need to take this fight. They have to take this fight. Gyro has to be here right now.
Are they too late though? Not just yet for the lasso. They found themselves a pretty nice target on Hatred. They can buy back in if he's needed. Needs something like a Requiem. Might be a bit too early. Hook shot in, cooldowns there. Requiem out, but he can't get through the cogs. Has to deal with Zayak first. Roche is low. No one can really finish it off. Zayak trying to keep Woe outside of the pit while the grip comes through, holding Inkrad in place. And now they've got the roll out onto the gyro. Meanwhile, Aegis snatched by Mirage. This is not what Level Up wanted at all.
That was a total disaster right there. And they didn't really focus the right heroes. There were a couple of them going on the Bane. Bane gets the grip off last second. The SF was in position, but he was kind of confused whether he should hit the Roche, kill the Clockwork, or kill the Bane. And he chose the latter. And the Bane kind of got killed too late. And that caused so much problems for Level Up. Target prioritization just not there, you know, for Level Up in this fight.
Yeah, mess all over the place. Inkrad manages to clean up, so he's feeling quite good about how that fight went, but still, biggest winner of all is Mirage. He's made a few mistakes this series so far, but being able to get into the pit, clean that up, get the Aegis now, onus is on him to open up the situation for Level Up, or rather for L1, sorry, what the hell? Yeah, but now Level 1, they have to be a lot more careful because this whole death ball that they've constructed, they can't really quite roll it just yet. The Shadow Fiend's just not strong enough. Mirage now will find another kill. Winter, I feel like the momentum is starting to slip out of Level Up's hands.
You gotta ride the ship at the moment. Gotta play patient, gotta wait. I mean, they still have very, very good skilling with their heroes. They just need to be patient, wait for the next opportunity, farm a little bit, wait for the right rune, and the Void Sphere is gonna rotate around. It's not all about over, you know, it's just like a small little hiccup here right now for Level Up. They're 4k behind. By no means this game is over. L1's lineup, they need to be ahead and snowball with the gyro. So this is what their lineup is meant to do at this stage of the game.
Sure. So with Level Up, what's the plan here? Do you try and split the map? I assume you're not taking any fights into this Aegis, so I guess you dodge them.
Yeah, you're probably gonna dodge them until you're... I think SF hits the next timing. What's his item on SF he has? He's gonna need BKB. Actually, BKB is gonna get countered by the grip, the clock hook, the bad lasso. But at the same time, I still feel like he needs BKB because Gyro just does so much magic damage. Gyro and Ember.
And the Bat Rider, it's a lot of gunk on the ground. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, they have to take it slow, take it patient, just wait. You know, defend their areas. I think most of the games that we've seen them in the last couple of days, they're not very good at defending.
Yeah.
Level Up.
They get put on the back foot and then they start to bleed out some kills. They lose a bit of focus here and there, and then it's just kind of a mess to watch. In fact, right now you look at the map, Level Up heroes are split up all across it. We got a full duration Fiend's Grip coming through into Zayak with the immediate hook shot. Cogs into slight chains, hold him in place. Nice Yules, should be able to get out if the Cogs don't stop him. Just need to get in the right direction. No Astral Step for a little bit more, need to cancel. Oh, the sleep at the last moment, that has got to sting. A little bit frustrating there on Inkrad. He really tried his best to get out, but everything used again on him on that Void Spirit. This L1 can now hit to the Tormentor and grab that for themselves.
And that was very, very unlucky. I thought he was going to survive there.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit unlucky for Inkrad. But right now, it's still fine. I think overall, the situation, SF is still hitting creeps. They just need to push the waves, look for a pick-off, just wait. You know, just be patient. Play the map. They have pretty good vision right now. If you look at the level up vision. They have 3 really good wards in the mid section, the bottom jungle, and the bottom ward. There's the bottom lane as well, which just expired. So they have pretty good knowledge of where the L1 heroes are, so they can actually farm and push the waves quickly. Just need to be patient. The Hoodwink is the key hero. He needs to be the +1 for the Beast, the Void Spirit, or the SF to find some kills on the map. Any solitary hero pushing out the waves, that is where the Hoodwink needs to go there and set up an opening.
Haven't really seen the Hoodwink prowl out on the map and set anything up this game in comparison to some other Hoodwink games. Maybe just not very viable. I thought we'd see a bit more of like the Void Spirit Hoodwink, you know, tag team duo in the smokes, find these pickoffs, but just never really got to that point. Now full BKB on the Ember Spirit completed. That is going to be so scary for level up. They were feeling good, man. They were riding the momentum of winning the first game, but now 5k gold back. Just have to be patient. Just have to exercise that discipline. See the light at the end of the tunnel. It's a little bit far away, but gotta stick through to it. I say that, but they're smoked out, wrapped up behind, looking for the Ember, but the problem is, I think he should have a way out. No, okay, no chance to pop the BKB at all. Aegis just expires. They take an excellent timing, catching the Ember off guard at an angle that L1 just did not expect.
Yeah, very, very big pick up there on the Ember Spirit. Again, you know, like Mirage just not really careful enough. There's no one on the map. Like, it just felt like he was just playing as if he was not in any danger at all. He's just too aggressive. He's not cautious enough. I guess not aggressive, but he's just not cautious. He wasn't careful enough there. And they're gonna know that the enemy is in their triangle right now after that play. The Respect has to kind of leave the area and just wait for heroes to come back him up.
Yeah, the Ember's such a major factor. I can't really see them winning a fight without him. Try and check the perimeter. Doesn't spot Queasy for now. Oh. 2 supports standing next to each other.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Compared to some of the other extremely action-packed, bloodbathy games that we have, these teams have shown a lot more hesitation, which is surprising to me for a game that has no stakes, right? This is all very much for the pride of it, for how much you can learn. And I guess that's why they're taking it so tensely, because they want to make sure they're making the most of their final dance on this stage in Paris. L1 exercising a level of discipline, while Level Up practicing their patience here. For Level Up, they're the ones that can't really get much done right now, but they just need to tie it through this timing from L1. And on paper, there should be a late game situation for them where they'll feel a lot better. But until then, still have to be rather careful. Win probability actually 78%, so I can kind of understand. Gyro's farming up a storm. What was that BKB? Got scared a little bit by the heroes on level up. Ah, okay. The setup with the Yules and the Remnant. Didn't see that on the screen, but it seems to be what has happened. The gem is being considered by L1 now to try and clear out some of the forward vision that Level Up have placed. Gonna fog their aggressive moves. Oh, next objective on the menu. Roche is coming back up, Winter. 1 more minute until that potentially spawns, which is probably what the teams are waiting for.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Rune's gonna come up. And Mirage has been so damn lucky with these runes, man. It's just... he always wins the 50-50. I feel like I've seen it happen 2 games already, even as the Viper.
And it's not like his level up's contesting it. He just got it, you know.
Yeah. Like they don't even force any resources over to secure the rune, which is what makes it even more infuriating probably for his opponent. Here comes the smoke.
They're taking the high ground on L1.
It's a good position.
Holding the triangle, but they're not together though. They're kind of split up.
Yeah, a couple of heroes showing in the mid for now. Level up. On the flip side, going for a big wraparound. Look at the line drawn by Woe. He was the one who helped his team control the early game with some baller plays on the Shadow Fiend. Scan's not going to connect. They thought that someone might be holding that location, but in fact, L1 are much further up than expected. Corrupted will run into Inkrat, straight in with the jump, 4 staff down. Raw is there, nice sleep to save, but Corrupted, he's in big trouble. Dead on the bat. Gonna try and come into the fight. Snowy doing the damage. Blast off already eliminates Respect. Sure, Baby 3-Pex might be gunned down by Snowy, but the rest of the fight has run away from him. Bane's gone down. Requiem out. Hookshot to try and cancel it, but Woe is just too strong on the high ground. Try and fight now. Gyro versus SF. Inkrat, he's found himself in the spot of bother. Down to the low ground. Escapes out to the side. Nicely done. I mean, level up, even though they get caught by surprise here, somehow, some way, they're still able to take such a good fight for themselves. The two most important heroes surviving.
It's kind of weird that he ran on the SF just now when they were on the high ground. We might be able to get a replay of that. The gyro got pulled by the Remnant and the SF didn't even try to hit him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because of the butterfly, or why didn't he even try? He just left, you know. He just literally ran away. I mean, he has MKB. I don't know why he just left. Not sure. I felt like there was a chance that he could just stand and hit, and maybe the situation would have turned out to their favor.
Yeah. It's one of those cases where I think you were raising this example of how the comms can influence decision making. Maybe the rest of his team, they're dead and they're the ones telling him, get out, bro, get out. Here's a lasso up, maybe 3-Pex walking up the wrong high ground there. Not really sure what level up are doing there, to be honest.
I mean, they got a kill on the Bane, but they tried to move forward to get another kill. You know? Like, this is like also, again, a common occurrence for the tier 2 teams.
Yeah?
Greedy.
Oh, whoa. L1? The carry is in jeopardy. Now Woe will punch into him.
But he has no mana for BKB.
What the heck? Snowy's just dead. That's such a casual, random death. L1 losing control of this game. I mean, that was...
What was he even doing?
Yeah.
Rosh is up. He has to go back to base to heal and join his team.
Goodness. Go reset. What the heck was that?
That was a huge blunder. Like, again, you know, all these greedy small little plays, like in pubs you get away with it, but in competitive gameplay, there's just no room for mistakes like this.
Yeah.
Like, what is farming that extra 1 or 2 camps gonna do for a team when Rosh is already spawned, he's walked over to the top side, and then his team is coming in. Everybody knows that the team that sets up first is going to have a huge advantage, so you need to be with your team to place the watch D-ward and do everything together. You know, you cannot be just, guys, I'm going to farm the camp, I'm going to come later, you know, when there's a fight, call me, you know, just, no, DOTA doesn't work that way.
Yeah, by the time they call you, the game's already lost, I think. Pretty sour turn of events for L1 here. Had a decent probability to win, at least according to Gaben, but level up now. Able to kind of pull things back. You did say at the very start, Winter, that it was a matter of time, right? The gyrocopter was meant to keep the tempo up. But after a certain point, the SF will be able to outscale him. Respect now caught in the tree line. Nicely done from Inkrat. Cleans up that kill. Baby 3-Pex brought in by the Nightmare. That's an awkward position. Gonna try and lasso him in. Find the opportunity on Corrupted. Doing the damage, Snowy has enough and will gun down the Beastmaster. So even though the Bane dies, the Beastmaster has to pay the price for it in a very prolonged way. Yeah, these teams are just... maybe it's the part of the day where, you know, the food coma's kicking in, I don't know. Maybe they need an afternoon snack. But the focus is just not there. They're taking turns to make these very, I dare say, silly mistakes that kind of just shooting their own foot. It's giving us a clearer picture of why maybe that these two teams couldn't really quite contend with the rest. mean, look at the rest of their group. It's no surprise that they're here, but even then, you don't really expect the level of competition to be that drastically far apart. I mean, when you talk about Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, P-Time, and Liquid, it makes a lot of sense. Definitely one of the harder groups. That's all right. Bro's gonna get caught, but he still has that second life. Snowy, right in front of his face as the TPs come in en masse. The question is, where are the rest of Level Up? They're in no position to help. Queasy will cancel the Fiend's grip, but it doesn't matter because Bro's already dead. I mean, they are taking turns to fumble here. I don't really know what this is about. Yes, they get the Bane on Level Up, but that doesn't even matter. You're losing the fight. Why is the SF pushing a tier 2 with an Aegis and his team's not even there, Winter?
You should ask them, not me.
I can't because we won't be able to interview them if they play like this.
I mean, it's just the comms, right? You're just hitting a tower and then your team is not here. Either the guy who's hitting the tower doesn't know that the guy that's connecting is not here yet, or vice versa. Like, it can only be one thing, you know. And if you don't have like a captain, like somebody to look at everything and just realize, hey guys, we cannot hit this tower. We don't have 5 heroes here, we're not ready. Like, it's just very autopilot. You just hit the tower, you have Aegis, you assume that everything's going to be fine and dandy, and then you get jumped. Because the enemy had vision, they saw that you are not ready. Like, whatever the reason is why L1 decided to jump there. I mean, the thing is you have to respect the Bad Rider repositioning, because he's going to pull your SF into his team. So it doesn't matter if you have the Aegis, you're fighting in a position where you cannot help him. So the Aegis kind of doesn't really play a part. He's going to die anyway. And it's tough, you know, like this. I think teams at this level, they just don't really... They're not really good at like the small little things like the comms, the movements, the macro. The macro is all about the understanding of the game, the communications, and if you don't have the right communications or the right understanding, mistakes are just going to happen, you know. And usually after the mistakes happen, you tend to stress out and then you want to smoke, you know. When everybody is up, you just decide to smoke and run at the enemy. If everything just goes bad again, then the game is over. This is a very, very risky spawn. They seem to feel like they're still very strong, and they wanna. Now it makes sense. If they smoke when they had a DD, then it makes sense. But before it was kind of like a 50-50. The opponent has all their spells up and everything is ready, you know.
Yeah.
They don't have any vision advantage. They just want to hunt them down with the smoke.
Zai able to jetpack out of trouble for now. So as to try and create the distance, call down there to cover his keen ally. This is an awkward position for Level Up to try and crack into. Inkrad's gonna try and find a way around. Woe is leading the charge. Look at him go. AD rune and he wants to use it. Running up onto Zayak. They might have expected this angle. Respect hiding in the tree lines. Zayak gonna be the victim of the Requiem. That's one hero down. Beastmaster being slight changed up. Rocket towards his face. Hurdle lasso, double lasso. Finding two, that's big. Those two heroes are basically dead, but they lose respect for it. So both teams taking turns to pick off individual members, but now the SF's in an awkward position. Got a BKB TP, Nightfall out in the corner. Respecting the Bane buyback. I can't even tell you who that favors. I feel like Level Up maybe a bit happier with that situation. Not exactly either, right? Because you lost the... Yeah,
lost
I mean,
the piece.
Props to Corrupted for finding that double lasso though. That was great.
I think L1 is probably a little bit happier with that. They're gonna be able to contest the Tormentor here.
Yeah.
So they're gonna get the prize.
That's true.
Tormentor.
Yeah. All of those shenanigans, the wraparounds, everything just to get some chump change and the shard. Why not? I respect. You gotta be careful, brother. He gets himself the shard though. AoE brain sap, the healing go brazy. In a lot of the games in this meta, Winter, we talk about how the games are hard to end because you want to go high ground, and that in itself is so difficult. But I think in this particular game, it's hard to end because you keep shooting yourself in the foot on both sides. I feel like each of these teams, I'm not really sure what the intentions are with some of their moves. I get what you're saying. Sometimes the way that they're pressing their spells, it feels a bit autopilot-y. It's almost like you're just kind of playing a part, seeing what's going to happen. No one's really talking about what the plan is. Hookshot comes in, maybe this is something that they've discussed. Straight onto Baby 3-packs first, eliminate that Beastmaster, but he's hidden away. Nice Lotus and Glimmer defending him, and Corruptor will go down for the chase. Level Up, they were ready for that move, and now they'll chase on for more respect. Doesn't stand a chance, and that's a dieback on the Bane. L1 now on the run. This game's been back and forth so far. Somehow the Ember eludes them. Found the gyro. Aincrad there with the setup. Requiem will scare them away. Maybe they just settle for Zayak here. A Yule's momentary respite, but now BKB fighting on. Hatred cannot survive this. Woe will try. Stands his ground and delivers into both Mirage and Snowy, forcing them back into the base. Gotta be careful about your HP on Aincrad. He's dropping rather low. But overall, very successful sequence of events here from Level Up, as they are slowly but surely crawling and carving their place out in this game.
The high ground push continues here. 3 heroes there. Gyro's trying to mount a defense here. Raw onto the
BKB,
Gyro.
Raw, Gyro's being focused down. No save! They try and take a 2v5, sorry, for what? I mean, now Mirage is gonna have to run all the way back to the base, and Aincrad's finishing him off. Get the gem while he's at it. Tips come through. Aincrad so happy about finally getting his revenge. And this one might be it. L1 coming in as the slight favorites, sure, but Level Up, they had not won a single map up until this series. And last game, a very much needed reminder that they could still do this, that they were here for a reason. Sure, they no longer are, but they at least get to leave Paris with a little bit of pride and glory. Winless is a painful way to go, but the job's not done just yet. They've cleaned out the majority of the base of L1. As you keep saying, Winter, game's not easy to close out.
Time to wait for the Roshan.
Indeed.
Be patient, wait for the Roshan before you try and end the game. I mean, they're not really that far ahead yet. So you have to respect the fact that there could be buybacks coming in. Opponents didn't use buyback in this base defense. You want to play with the highest amount of safety, but I guess they don't care. They're smoking into the enemy base right now.
Oh, bit of a surprise tactic. Don't know whether L1 are going to see this coming. I mean, hell, if they find even 1 or 2 heroes, could be the end of this game. Raw comes out. They've gotten corrupted. This Bat Rider gets melted. You don't really want to buy back now on the cause because it's way too close to their respawn time. Now you have the buyback on the back. But the bleeding continues here. Level Up, that was a great maneuver.
Yeah, this is going to give them more or less guarantee the Roche, because the bat is going to be out for 80 seconds. That's when Roche is going to spawn. I don't think they want to use the buyback here, but they might feel pressure to use it. You know, they have to smoke out, claim their triangle, take a fight there. But it's going to be really tough for L1 from here on. They're going to be stuck in their base, and I think their fate is going to be in Level Up's hands. They no longer control the state of the game, and they have to just wait for the attack to come and play defense.
Well, if this game has been any sign of what's to come, there's a good chance that Level Up might just give them a freebie. A banner on Woe here. Sure, he's not the one who committed the previous sin of the wrong banner placement, but as the banner council president, Winter, you can be the judge of that.
Let's wait, let's watch. Watch the banner.
I'm watching. Roshan up in 15. Should have ample time to finish it off. And what's the plan here? You think L1 need to come out and contest it, or is it just a situation where you accept you need to deal with a second life?
No, I mean, it'll be hard for them to contest, but at the same time, would understand why, you know, because right now if they contest, I feel like the chances are very low. Level Up is going to be able to reinforce with their buybacks. I guess it's top side, there's no outposts. I mean, I guess they have an outpost here, so Level Up can TP back. They've taken control of the L1 outpost. It's going to be very difficult for them to contest, but I guess they want to try here. They want to make a last hurrah. Oh, Gyro has Divine. Okay, this might be a potential turning point, but the Roche is already dead. It's too slow.
The hesitation costing them here.
And they were waiting for the Gyro to finish the Rapier.
Yeah. waiting for the bat to be ready as well, it seems. And now, the potential game ender, Level Up. Moments away from securing their first win in the entire group stage. Not map, but series. Zayak taking so much damage from the auto attacks. What's he doing out there? Blinked out forward to try and find a catch, gives up his life. Can return to the rest of the team and most likely will have to. Double lasso, big targets, but one of them has an Aegis and he's not concerned about a thing. Turns around, lifesteal's up. Whoa is fine. Whoa will bring down the gyro. Try to save him with a sleep. He is gonna sleep for the rest of the night thinking about this. Nightmares abound. And Level Up slowly but surely will wipe the floor. You come through with the buybacks, but nothing else to give. Aincrad will clean up respect, and GG is called. That will be that. As the sun sets on Level Up and L1 here in Paris, but at least one of them go out with a smile. Level Up. This must be such a big moment for them, and it sounds like I'm hyping up nothing, but I think it's genuinely important. The fact that you remind yourself, we can win these series. We can do this. We are a team that belong here. Even if it's not right now, we can get back here again and hopefully improve on ourselves the next time.
Yeah, they just got a tomb of knowledge right there, Level Up. They won a series from 0 wins to 2 wins, like 2 map wins in a row.
Yeah.
It's well done to Level Up, keeping their composure. They didn't really panic. I mean, sure, it wasn't a perfect game by any means, but they were very, very deserving of winning this map. I felt like between the two teams, they made the less mistakes. They were a lot more composed. They had, I think they had better direction of what they needed to do in the game for the most part. Even though in the early stages, L1, they were kind of like threatening with the gyro, they were pressuring, they're doing a good job. But at the end of the day, it's again, like the individual mistakes, the gyro dying, that one death on the top corner of the map, Mirage again not respecting the opponents, playing very, very risky DOTA. Just a lot of individual problems in this thing. Like Respect maybe dying a little too much. I feel like there's just going to be so much to look at in the replays for them, and trying to understand what is the problem. Is it because of the motivation, because they're already out of the tournament? What are the issues? They have to play a lot better moving forward if they want to get a really positive result at TI.
Yeah, of course, something has to be said for the fact that L1 are not playing with their full roster. They needed to bring in Zayak at the very end, but Zayak's no stranger to standing in or playing with these guys on this team. So I don't really know if it's as detrimental as compared to a different situation. But overall, you can see the disappointment on their faces. I don't know what necessarily their expectations were coming into this series, but at the same time, you never go into a series thinking, yeah, sure, we'll just lose this, right? Even when it doesn't matter, even when it's sour, even when you're already out of Paris, you want to get that dub in, right? You want to sort of remind yourself, you want to feel good about the Dota you're playing. You don't want to look back at it with regrets.
Yeah, what can you do here, I think from their perspective, it was going to be a very disappointing series for L1. Whereas for Level Up, they're going to be really, really happy with the outcome, with the way they played. They have to be very proud of the Dota they've showed so far. There was definitely improvements throughout the group stages. They've learned. I'm sure they had some rough games. They lost in a pretty bad manner in some of the games. They had control and they threw the game away. But overall, I felt like they should be proud of what they've done as a Tier 2 team. They should be proud of the journey they've brought along in this group stage, the amount of lessons they learned as a team, and hopefully they can bring the positives and move forward with it.
Yes, that is what we hope for as well. And to be frank, you heard us here at the very first day, right? We knew we would be following their journey. And it's so hard not to root for a team like them because you want them to show something. Because these guys, they've been around the block. They've been playing these Tier 1.5, Tier 2 tournaments online for the most part. They make it to this big event in person, more prestigious than most of what they've seen for a while. And then your thought is, okay, these guys are finally going to get to show us what they're made of. And then the past few days, it's been struggles. I'm sure the players themselves know it best. But at least in this game, I think a nice closure, some positive reinforcement, and finally, especially for Aincrad, he had some moments across the past few days that, everyone understands. We've all been there, but it's just, it really sucks to have that rest on you for the rest of the day, but now you can leave Paris with at least a little bit of a positive memory, a nice little final note, and maybe some important things to take into the next season. Regardless of whether they stay together or not, you know, there are some small things about this team that are now shining within this series that we can see. You know, Woe, he has that potential to be a very active carry and play for the team. Aincrad, you know, he has his moments where he can pop off like that and just show us what he's made of. And yeah, I mean, you can see the guys, even though they know it's the end of the road for them, there's a rainbow at the end of it. It's a nice sight, and you want to enjoy it while you can. Of course, that's the realization setting in. But with that being said, they still got to come all the way here, play their best Dota, and show us what they're made of. And of course, it's a bit of a bittersweet one, because it's a send-off, it's a congratulations, it's everything in one. We have none other than Aincrad, the man from the mid lane, joining us. How are you doing, sir?
Hi guys, doing well. I won the game.
Hell yeah.
Very good.
Very
Still
good.
out of the
Very
group, so it's kinda...
It's kinda shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get you. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of conflicting feelings, right? Because you guys coming into this tournament, you see the groups, your opponents, none of them are easy opponents, right? They are all top-tier teams with tons of LAN experience. Can you tell me more about your experience initially? Like when you found out about the groups, you know, you guys preparing, what was the vibe like in the team? Did you guys have any expectations coming into this tournament?
Of course, I had some expectations, like we're gonna face top-tier teams.
Yeah.
But at least we're gonna, like, you know, have an experience, like try to do what we do. And if they show that it doesn't work, okay, then we can improve, like bring more heroes or something like that. But I feel like we underperformed a lot, like losing laning stage and stuff. Like when I played Aurora, we had like giga good start at mid, but I couldn't do anything about it. So it also ended very fast. So these games were not like something you can learn from, because we didn't like do basic stuff that we repeat over and over again. But we have plenty of good games. First game against Liquid was pretty well. First game against Aurora was...
It's alright.
That's alright. We a bit lost some team fights, and after that game was tough, but at least we can like...
So you said that
discuss.
In the first games, in the two different series, you had a good start, but you weren't able to close out the game. Would you say in the second game, your opponents were able to adjust, and you guys kind of didn't really do the same in the second game, so you got stomped in the second game? Or what would you say from your point of view that happened in the second game in the series?
I'm not sure how it's
connected.
Connected, yeah. But at my point of view, I was a bit frustrated. Like the game should be okay, but it doesn't work like this. They just faster at some points, or we wanna, like, you know, contest rune and it's mine 100%, but it doesn't mine, but it's not mine for some reason. We wanna take tower, but it doesn't, like, they defended well. And after these points, you think in second game, I feel like I have thoughts of this first one, so it's maybe a bit of fear or something. But yeah, I feel like, oh, I cannot do it because they will react.
So you're seeing ghosts from the first game.
Yeah, and sometimes it works very bad, because you think of this stuff on laning stage, and these mid laners are monsters. They're like insane monsters. If you just mess up one time, game is over.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we had certainly a very fun time following your journey. We, you know, since the start, we didn't know what to expect. You gave us some pretty entertaining games. There were some ups, some downs. And at the end of the day, of course, we hope that you enjoyed your time here. But unfortunately, as much as we're congratulating you here, we also have to bid you goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us, Aincrad. We'll let you settle with the rest of your team. But yeah, that wraps up the story on Level Up here in Paris. That is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And I love how he mentioned the realness of it, right? Like at the end of the day, no matter what happens, you can't exactly shake off all these very human feelings. When you have such a bad game, or when you have these moments, you said it perfectly, Winter, you're trying to do these things. They're moving faster than you. They're making these plays better than you. This rune should be mine suddenly. It's not. I can kill a tower. Actually, I can't. Like, all these things just feel like they're so out of your control. So maybe this final win has brought back a little bit of the wind in their sails, perhaps, going into next season.
Yeah, it's just too many small little things here. You just feel like they're just better than us. Like, what can you do? You know that you're supposed to do this, but it just doesn't work out in a game. And at the end of the day, after the tournament's over, you have to comb through the replays and you have to really understand, you know. Because if you lose and you don't really know why you lose, and I don't necessarily agree a lot of the games that he mentioned they were lost because they didn't do the basic stuff. I felt like even in those games that they were stomped, there were still things that they could have done maybe better to give them a better chance to win. Because what makes you a tier 1 team?
Yeah.
Being able to win the games that seem like, oh, it's GG. Like,
Exactly.
like from the
Yeah,
start,
yeah, yeah.
sometimes it's just something is going to go wrong. The game's not going to go to plan. Something's going to go wrong and the game's going to be bad, and you have to figure out what you need to do to give yourself at least a decent chance to come back in the game. I'm not saying you're supposed to win, but at least have a chance. Maybe out of 10 games that you have a bad start, you should be able to, like, to be a top team, you need to be able to win maybe 3 games. Like 3 games, 4 games, you know?
Yeah.
And the better teams are going to maybe be able to win half of it.
Yeah. And then you get to the very top, and then you have teams like Spirit, Falcons, who can turn like what feels like almost any game around.
It's very important because you're gonna win the psychological factor in that series. If you're behind and you win the game, how's the opponent gonna think for the next game?
Exactly, yeah. And it's so interesting that now at the very last line, we're talking about the psychological aspect, because up until this point, you and I have been hammering down on things like the fundamentals, the macro, some basic individual mistakes, right? It's a lot of stuff inside the game, but hearing from him, clearly, a lot of what he felt like was the problem for him is like, it's a lot of psychological aspects.
Yeah.
In fact, it's entirely psychological.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I guess, maybe you could say inexperience.
Just a frustration. Yeah, he was just frustrated because they lost.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get that. Maybe we caught him at a bad time. I'm sure, you know, as they walk out behind us here, it's a bittersweet farewell to the arena, a bittersweet farewell to Paris. They can still stick around, of course, hang out, enjoy the rest of EWC, but their story in this Dota 2 tournament will end. Of course, for us on this stream, because things have more or less settled up, we're not going to have tiebreakers here. We may have tiebreakers on stream A or stream B, so you have to stick around for those streams to find out. But for us, we're more or less done here. Tomorrow's schedule, though, we're moving on to Group C and Group D. We have Reconics, our boys from Indonesia, up against Nemesis. I believe they both are also already eliminated. And that's going to be a final hurrah for both of those teams that we know very well. And then moving on to LGD versus IC Insanity. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I believe IC Insanity are already eliminated. But then for LGD, maybe notching one final series win under their belt to get themselves a better placement within their group. I think that's going to be very important, especially since Group D is so heavily contested.
Yeah, I think that's going to be... tomorrow's going to be a day where not much is going to be being played for, but yeah, I think for the teams, it's gonna be games where you just want to go out with a bang, just no pressure, just enjoy the games. Whereas for LGD, I think they might have a different mindset going into this, you know, because they are still in the tournament. Are they gonna decide to show more strategies, or they're gonna try to, you know, pick weaker strategies, you know, to not show all their weapons, all their strategies in that they haven't really showed during the tournaments here. So
that's a great
for
point.
them. They have something to think about for that series.
Because it's like, maybe they think that they can handle IC Insanity with what they've already shown, right? Like, they don't need to stretch their wings even further and give their opponents an advantage. Is that something you think teams really consider?
Yes, for sure.
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, wow. Like, so hiding strats is real.
Bro, you don't have an unlimited amount of strats.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. I guess you can just stick to the A plan. If the A plan works, you can go with that.
Or you're trying to mislead your opponent, make them think this is part of your strat and they'll ban it.
You just pick, I don't know, you just pick some random stuff out of nowhere, you crush them, they're like, oh shit, now I need to ban Meepo.
Maybe they have a strat. Okay, we have to remember this pick, you know.
Even more mental pollution.
They don't care. They actually don't really care.
They literally, yeah. Well, we don't know, which is why we'll have to stick to tomorrow to find out. We're going to have more games of Dota 2 across this group stage. Tomorrow is the final day across 3 streams, and then we're moving on to Survival. You do not want to miss this. But for today's Stream C, we're done. We'll see you guys again next time. Nice. Okay. Anything for...
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.